she's gonna do
Okay.
that. I'm gonna
This does not writing it.
well, sorry, yes, kind of.
Really, I don't, I just watch it.
Yeah.
And if they want to.
Yes.
It's chilly out there.
Well, season.
Has the police always had a blue Christmas tree?
I don't know.
Just noticed that. I'm thinking,
Yeah, I've never noticed.
I did notice that they have it this year, but I don't know what they had last year.
yeah.
Sophia said she can see me.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Already? She's
Yeah.
already logged in, and ready to go.
I'll be crying because she couldn't figure out how to make blue. Just
Oh, she could just leave 3 things, and when you get home, you can put it on, right?
no, because it's like she has to make a whole section.
Oh, okay.
Since she missed Friday. She got to school today, he told her it's due tomorrow. She has no idea. Even bullet points.
I think you've been doing cable lately, so you're like a pro now.
Yes. So said, I said hi to Angel.
She did? Yeah. She
I don't.
Let me see. Outlook.
I feel like you should.
Why does it keep saying that?
Because it hates these computers.
It started the meeting, right?
Well, it's live
Okay.
streaming on YouTube, so.
What?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, is that bad?
Forget that. It's always.
Yeah, that one's the.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay, so
So just watch right there.
more people come on.
See how.
This will not let me. download this.
Oh, see, man. Sprinkles are.
At least my mom has an obsession with shoes.
So. I see what you did, bring this up. This is not, or this is not like, you're coming with me. It's good. I see. Yeah, so, that's it, but so, worry about the next complaint, but they definitely does.
Okay.
I didn't have any particular, I was having. So. Then I almost something to. When we look. No, not for this. Later.
Later.
But this is, you know, bringing something or. Like, with it, you know, those are the case of, but maybe there's. Work piece of action. Oh. She then you get over.
You don't. You,
He's an interim. Might be.
no.
This I don't think.
That's what you're does.
Cold. Yeah, I don't know.
He's.
No.
No, she was trying to, but she
I didn't
can't.
get
With the season.
I did not. Please forget. Yeah, I have it. I go with tight.
But again,
Just.
reminds me when you said cars and stuff. People. Stay in the room. Yeah. I have to say. I'm not good. Yeah, I see that. I know, yeah, I would say this. But left is even, like this was. Basically.
Good enough. Thank you.
Something. Yeah, that's. Because for the name.
Takes two people to replace Deanna.
What?
It takes two people to replace Deanna.
I didn't touch that.
You just can't miss. I want the, go, I gotta go in. One separately, but.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, you can see, I was too. Well, actually, you were not, so then I noticed I was. Yeah.
Change. Yeah. So we did.
All right, I'll call this meeting of the General Government and Finance Committee to order at 6:01 PM. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with section 19.83 and 19.84 Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call, trustee Miller, Myers, and Nyrider are here. Trustee Kaminsky is absent and excused. And with that, we will move on to The minutes of October 17th, the approval of October 17th minutes.
Motion to approve October 17th meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to approve October 17th. Is there any discussion, any corrections? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Public comment, please be advised per state statute, we will receive information from the public, but it is policy of this municipality that there will be a 3-minute time period per person with time extensions per the chief presiding officer. No action will be taken under public comments. Is there anyone here for GGF for public comments tonight?
Good evening. Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. I just have a couple of questions tonight. One is, and they're to do with the agenda items. And the first is about the merit increase, and it's nothing to do with what the money is being assigned to. It's more to do with the mechanism and how are we able to allocate any money since from the 2021 surplus, since there's no audited annual report. I mean, is that, we don't even exactly know how much is in there. So it just seems like it's something that shouldn't be done without that information. So I'm just asking the question. The second thing is about the insurance policy, which I did go through reading about fungus and various other things. The question that I have there is what I didn't see, and maybe it's covered, I don't know, is with the advent of work being done by our people in Richfield, I could not find anything in there that covered working in other jurisdictions, since we're possibly having lots of people going off and inspecting things or talking to people over there. And with the IGA, will Richfield's policy cover us, and will they expect any kind of payment for that? Because that wasn't covered in there. So just some questions for you to consider. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward for public comments? All right, if not, we will move to new business item A, merit pool. For more information on this is Aaron Hearn.
Thank you very much. So this first one is regarding the merit pool. This is the evaluation scorecard that we would like to go by. It's different than last year. It's actually reducing the percentage increase. However, the 2% merit adjustment was included in the budget, which hasn't been approved yet. And then there is also an additional $200,000 requested from the 2021 year-end surplus for a one-time bonus. Are there any questions?
I'll just follow up on, because I had the same question, is has the 2021 surplus been established?
Yes, we have a surplus of approximately $1.1 million from 2021. It's also correct that the audit is not yet complete, but that number is, I think, pretty solid. It's the number that we presented, for example, when we issued bonds last week to Moody's, when they did their rating. They reviewed the numbers, they reviewed the status of where we are in the audit and felt comfortable with that. We had that information was provided to financial institutions that bid on the bonds. We had 10 major financial institutions from across the country that reviewed the status of our books and where we are, and felt comfortable enough with that to loan us $42 million. So it is true that the audit has not yet been complete, but the numbers as projected for 2021 surplus are not expected to change significantly.
And we have not earmarked any other monies from the surplus
That's
to
correct.
be used for anything else, correct?
Correct. And, you know, and I think it is a valid point when the board was looking at the budget. There are some things that can hold off until later on in January when the audit is complete to, you know, make everyone feel more comfortable with that. Given the timing where we try to do the performance reviews and pay adjustments around, you know, the end of December, early January, that's the reason we brought this forward, including the recommendation for the $200,000 out of surplus. That's been, since we've had the merit pay system in place, the village board is, I guess I can't say for certain every year, but it's typically included, budgeted for a small increase in the base, and then also use some of the surplus funds from the previous year to provide a pool for one-time bonuses. So we're bringing that forward along the same time frame that we have in the past.
Does anybody recall the dollar amount last year that was merit-based increase?
It was a smaller dollar amount. Actually, it ended up being about $80,000. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that there were fewer employees at that time that received those bonuses. We had several vacancies at the time. In addition, it was, I believe last year, there was a 2.5% increase in the base and a 2.5% pool for the bonus. What we had initially worked on for the 2023 budget was a 3% increase in the base and a 3% bonus. As we've seen salaries going up and increases in some of the other municipalities in the area going up a little bit further. However, there wasn't enough room in the operating budget to go up to 3%. So it was 2% is in the 2023 budget in the base that the board will be considering later on this evening. And as a result, we're recommending increasing the bonus to 4%. So it's still, it saves a little bit of money in the base, but there's still you know, a dollar amount that allows us to remain, you know, fairly competitive with other municipalities.
So Steve, the dollar or the percentage used, and I'm looking at the sheet that Aaron would be then the left column, the middle column, the max base.
So the way our performance pay system works is everyone gets an evaluation and they score between 1 and 5 on that evaluation. And what that table shows is there's two columns. One for each evaluation score or a range, what's the max that they can get in an increase in their base, and what's the max they can get for their bonus. The average, if the board approves what's in the budget tonight, the average increase in the base would be 2%. The average bonus would be 4%. And then this table would establish the maximum that anyone could get given their score. So someone who received an evaluation score of 4, for example, the maximum that they could get would be a 3% increase in their base and a 3.5% bonus. It's unlikely that anybody would get both of those because the pools are small enough that that they're just there isn't enough money to allow for those types of increases.
So that 200,000.
General, go ahead, please.
That 200,000 will be, that's the max recommended, and that's would be shared among the entire one-time bonus.
Correct. The entire, what does that work out to, about 88 employees.
And this is a recommendation going to the village board as part of the budget, and the recommendation is just to adopt this format in the percentages.
Well, there's two things, and there's quite a few moving parts in this. So the board will be voting tonight on the budget, and that's the base increase.
Right.
And the funding for the base increase. So what this does is two things. It makes a recommendation to the board, and that would be at the meeting in December, where we would go on the amount to set aside for the pool for the bonus, the one-time bonuses. And it would establish this grid, this table, so that then those are the parameters that then staff has to work in. So when Aaron and I are meeting with the department heads and going through their evaluations of their employees, and I go through with the department heads and do evaluations, then this would set the parameters that I can work with it on what people would get for pay increases.
Okay, so two items. I understand now. Trustee Myers, you got a question or a comment?
I think you said 2% is in the base for 2023,
Correct.
and what would have been, what do we have in the base for 2022?
For the 2022 budget was 2.5%. I believe that's correct. Yeah, my budget director's nodding at me here, so I got that right.
Well, I'm upset the apple cart here, but I would like to see 3% in the base, only because bonuses are a one-time shot deal. It doesn't do nothing with the establishment of the regular raises. So that's just my feeling.
I think there's a good argument that when you look at what other municipalities are doing, one of our neighboring municipalities gave everyone mid-year this year of a 6% increase in their base because of salary increases is going on. And I'm not arguing that we should do that, but there just wasn't a lot of wiggle room in the budget this year within the levy limits and what we had available to spend. So we just couldn't find a way to fit 3% in. So I know definitely the employees prefer the being built into the base. Anyone would. But and even though the one-time bonuses, on the other hand, though, are a less expensive way of rewarding employees for doing a good job because they don't get built into the base. They don't get built into they're included in the pension calculations for a particular year, but since they don't get into the base, you don't have that compounding effect that increases the village's costs over time.
Well, actually, I wasn't thinking of 3%, I was thinking of a 2.5%. And the other situation to me is the information that we've gotten within the last 2 years, and the big word to me is retention. 2% just doesn't make it. So if I'm a minority in regard to this, so be it as such. But now the other question would be, now the 200,000, was that in that pool of money that was off on the side that the board has said that we're not going to do anything with that until January or whenever the audit is finished?
Yes, at the beginning of the budget process, we included a list of items, both in the parking lot and then a couple of other things that were not specifically related. One was recommendation to transfer some of the surplus to the employee healthcare reserve. And the second was to use $200,000 for the merit pay one-time bonuses. And this is coming forward. I know that the position expressed by the village board that night was to wait on those parking lot items until the audit was complete. And the reason this was coming forward is just the timing of the reviews and all of that. Trying to get that done by the end of December and end of January. The timing doesn't work out to wait for the audit.
Well, the reviews would still remain the same regardless. The only thing that would be unknown is what that represents in money-wise. Here again, I might be the minority here, but I can't go against the whole board in regard to 200,000 in regard to that aspect. So I would be voting no in regard to that. But the other aspect, where I said 2.5% rather than 2%, is just something that, again, I feel strongly. I'll let somebody else make the motions accordingly as such and vote no, so whatever. But thank you.
There's two ways to handle that. Number one, we're going through the budget tonight, and you would have to find a 0.5% merit increase then for, base pay increase then somewhere in the budget or somehow how to fund it.
Well, just keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, we do have $1.5 million. Could you Can you give me an estimate of what that 0.5% would be? And would that be for the 88 employees? We don't have an info. Whatever you give me is going to be better than nothing.
Not talking about a lot.
Right. And that's why I asked that question because, but whatever. I'll let him maybe make motions and I'll vote accordingly as such,
I mean, if we
whatever.
want, we can make a recommendation of the board to go up to 2.5% on the base pay.
That would be my motion then. And then in regard to the 200,000, you want to keep that as a separate motion? Not to clog things up? Because I think we probably should because they're two different
That's
issues.
probably the best idea.
I would agree. So my motion would be in regard to going from a 2% to 2.5%.
Right, do we have a second? Once again, do we have a second?
We're done.
All right. All right, so the motion fails for lack of a second. I think it can be reviewed again in village board during the budget process and see what the rest of the board feels.
Great.
So with that, we are still looking for the current the current base pay increase in this, I guess the percentage based on the eval score, and including that would be a one-time bonus at approximately 2% or a $200,000 pool for that.
And because, Mr. Chairman, because it should be a positive motion, I would be voting against it. So somebody else, you two gentlemen would have to make that motion, please.
Well, we're really looking at the merit pool, aren't we?
Right. The 200,000.
So the 200,000, yeah, let's break this up. So we're looking at number one, recommending to the board the base pay increase format.
Should be given to us.
Okay, so the eval scores, which have been given to you, plus the percentages based on those eval scores. The second portion of it is taking that $200,000 from our 2021 surplus and using that for the one-time bonus. I did say that right.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right. You did a good job.
And
I like it when I understand.
Mr. Chair, if I could, what I would suggest doing if the board wants to hold off on the $200,000 for the pool from the 2021 year-end surplus is probably would complete the evaluations here at the end of the year, but hold off on actually assigning either the base pay increase or the bonus until that gets approved. And the reason for that is as a manager, when you're going through this, sometimes you're looking at both at the same time. So, for example, if there's someone you have two employees in the same pay range and they're both doing good work. One is high in the pay range and one is low. You might give the person who's high in the pay range a little bit less than the base and a little bit higher bonus, while the employee who's lower in the pay range, you might give a little bit more in the base and a little bit less of a bonus. So, you kind of need to know both pieces in order to go forward with it. And we could go through the performance evaluation and hold off on assigning the pay part of the performance pay. Again, my recommendation is to do this at the end of the year here and move forward with it. But certainly we can, if the village board decides to go a different direction, we can.
The base pay will be part of the budget tonight, right?
It will be part of the budget tonight. So that whatever
happens.
we'll know what that pool is, but it's helpful to know both pools before going ahead with it.
Fully understand. I think it is a little bit of cart before the horse. If we do it this way tonight, rather than postpone it, I would rather look at this in December and just approve it at that point.
Well, this would be going to the village board at their December meeting. If you move this forward, it would be at the village board in the December 5th meeting. is when they would be considering it.
Right. Just the front part, not the 200,000.
Both parts.
Well,
right.
and I apologize. The part in the well, there's three parts. Okay, the amount in the budget for the base pay increase is before the village board tonight. The $200,000 pool would be moving forward on December 5th. And the parameter grid here would be moving forward on December 5th.
Thank you.
So as a committee, do we want to make any recommendations to the village board?
I'm silent already, I mentioned.
Or do you want to?
I think we just swing it to the board, to be real honest with you, the entire village board, without recommendation.
Right. That's a good motion.
That is my motion, to recommend this to the village board without recommendation of GGF.
Do you have a time frame in that motion?
Well, they have to look at it you're saying by the first Monday of December.
I'll second it if the time frame is just what Steve said in the
Yeah.
December meeting.
Yeah.
And of course, our meeting tonight.
I'm fine with that.
All right. And I'll make second then.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you want from me before bringing it to the board?
Not for me.
I don't think so.
There's one thing though I'd like to see after it's done.
Yeah.
I'd like to see not the names, of course, but the employees.
Sure.
And I'd like to see what the bonus amounts percentages are. Just as a way of kind of seeing as how high do we go, or how high does the grading go?
Oh, yeah.
We could absolutely.
It won't go higher for the bonus ones above 5.5%.
But I'd still like to see.
What it represents.
Yeah, we can redact the names and the personal identifying information
I
and
don't
bring
care
that
about
forward.
the names.
See what the range has been. and-
Yeah, the interest.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, item 2 is the insurance renewal.
Yes, so this is the insurance removal. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Trouble.
Renewal for Civmec, which includes Civmec, Travelers, Hanover, MPIC, and Old Republic. So this was before last year we were with M3 Insurance. This year we've enjoyed our time with Civmec, and it's paid off. It's about $28,000 reduced for the next year's annual premiums. The main reason for this, as you'll see, is that we had quite an increase in property insurance because we went through all of our property and there was a lot missing from our last list. So we went through, they came and they did a wonderful overview of all of our facilities with our directors, and it came up to more. However, with our workers' compensation, because of our safe workers, we had a reduction this year. So that was reduced to $183,626. A lot more has come out of Civmec too. They have a wonderful, as you've seen on our website, we have a wonderful area for hiring. It's a much smoother process than it was before. There's also grants within Civmec that we've received and more grants that we're applying for. I don't know if there's any questions regarding this. I know there was a lot of pages in here regarding the insurance coverage. Insurance coverage will not be for anything that is not already built. So for things that are not built, considering the pipes in Richfield, things like that will not be included until those things are built, including the new DPW facility.
Just like Public Works building will be future.
Correct. But as soon as they're built, then Civmec's, MPIC sends people to review those facilities or those assets, and then those are put onto our insurance list.
One question first, and Aaron, you said that because of our exchange migration to the cloud and the MFA, that we did get a better rate on our cybersecurity insurance?
Yes, so because of those things, we did get a better deal on cybersecurity. I don't have the two lists in front of me of what that entails, but there were two different groups. And you fell into the better one if you had MFA set up, as well as the exchange migration.
But that
But
portion affected this insurance
yes,
by $7,000.
no. That was the grant we received because we did that. That doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, nope, that's something aside from that. But for the cyber security, there were two separate groups. And for all the communities who did not go and make those changes, they cost more and got less
They're in a higher risk
benefits.
group.
Yes. So
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Myers.
How many grants were there?
there's just a couple. So this $7,000 is a grant we can receive every year for security measures that we put into place. So that's a pretty easy grant to go for. There's also like a spotlight grant for $2,000. And then there's another police grant. They're right in the midst of putting that together. So I don't have all of the details right now, but we will be on top of all of those grants.
So that's something that would be forthcoming as far as after they're doing their research, probably within the first quarter, or is it there already?
They're all going to be pretty small grants.
Yeah,
So,
no, I understand.
yeah.
I'm just wondering what the timetable is, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been looking into that one. I know the chief has been working with CIVMIC regarding that, so.
And on workers' comp, you said, I think you said 183,000 less? Or
Not
something like
less, no, that's the total amount.
Okay, all right.
So last year it
Breaking
was,
it down to something different. Was that because we had less cases?
Mhm.
And what do we
our
have?
mod was,
And how many cases
under-
do we have? Go ahead, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I think our mod was like 0.84, and that's
I'm
how
not familiar
they,
with those numbers, so
Yeah.
they don't mean nothing.
and that's how they put together
Oh,
how
okay.
much it would cost us, so, yeah.
How many do we have over 50,000 cases? Remember that's a different kind of insurance with workers' comp? Maybe I'm not doing a good job explaining it.
I think,
You know what
I
I'm
think you
talking
may be referring to the stop loss insurance.
Yes, thank
And
you.
that's actually for the
That's for
employee
healthcare.
healthcare.
The healthcare.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wrong subject matter.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, is there any action? Oh, approval. Bill Ford. Yeah, yes, there is.
Motion to approve new business B.
All right. A motion to approve the new insurance carriers, policies, everything listed here. Or just for the record, for the amount not, for the amount in 2022 of $437,391.
No, it's the 409.
2023.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You want the 2023 one.
I do want the 2023, I apologize. 409,007. I read the wrong column.
He was just checking to see if you'd noticed that.
Okay, is there any more discussion? All right, if not, all in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, we will move on to, there is no unfinished business, so we will move on to the reports, accounts payable reports from October 14th, October 21st, 28th,
6 of them.
November 4th, November 10th, and November 11th.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions in regard to the report. As I mentioned to you earlier, I asked for something from Deanna, and that might assist me in the future, but I don't have anything for today for
Okay.
myself.
And yeah,
Any of the 6.
You asked for the breakdown of the general ledger.
Right,
hierarchy,
to
and
understand what
that's a good
departments,
idea.
they actually came in. She's played it with what departments, so we know which one goes to.
Any comments by staff? No? And we'll go to year to date.
Just have one other
Yeah.
question, other than that. In the reports, we used to have, and I think I mentioned this before, we used to have, I think there was about 5 different subject matters And but we stopped getting them monthly as such, but now we've stopped getting them totally. And those are the ones with insurance claims and things in that nature. I'm sorry, I don't remember all the titles. But they were always at the end of the financial reports. Do you remember? I got to rely on Steve tonight for terminology.
We kind of changed the format of that, but I'll let Steve.
Yeah, we have been rotating some of the others around. I think the one that is due that we haven't had for a while is the contracts report. And we'll have that on the, in the packet for December.
I think when they have violations, and then we had capital projects and so on and so forth, things. And then, is it possible that we could get that maybe every 3 months? Because I don't remember getting anything for the last a long period of time, shall we say. I don't know how many.
I believe, and I'd have to go back and check the last inspections report. I believe was within 3 months. The capital projects are actually included within the budget update. So the capital projects are in there as well. And I think that's, if that's not the right format that the committee would want, we could change that. But I think that was part of what the village clerk had talked about, just using the information that's available in the report out of the system. But we can adjust that if there's some other information, or be happy to kind of go through that in more detail. Could sit down with you and walk through, show you exactly where that is and how it differs from what you received in the past. And then the other one that is definitely late is the contracts report.
Right. Here again, in 2023, if we could have those every 3 months, determine if that makes sense. I know we wanted to cut back on those.
Instead of doing monthly, that we were going to do
And that was good.
quarterly and rotate those through, one per month kind of thing.
I think if we did every 3 months, it would be.
But I'm
it's a
saying
good-
like one month we would add the
Right,
contracts, the
right,
next month we would
rotate,
have
right.
the code violations, that type of thing. But every 3 months, yes, that was the plan. And I thought we had the code violations last month, but I don't.
No, there were nothing last month that I remember off the top of my head.
There have been a couple of meetings we've gone kind of late as well, and we haven't had time to really discuss the reports. So that's another,
Next year.
trying to keep the agendas short.
I'm not going to come.
I've never been known for short agendas. All right, yeah, we are on the budget versus actual report right now. Is there anything that you would like to discuss on those?
Again, I have not.
And this is through whatever's paid up to.
Right, through November.
November 11th,
Yep.
there were 6 reports.
Yeah, and I can say that the vast majority of all of the entries that were lost have been re-entered. There are some that mostly affect the utilities that we're still working through, but otherwise most of the entries that were lost have been re-entered, and the numbers on this report reflect those.
I would make a silly remark. I would say, hold off on We Energies, they hold off on us, so don't give them anything.
Sure.
Yeah, Dennis said that.
All right, is there any other comments?
No.
When it comes to this report? If not, we will move on to setting the date for our next meeting.
We have number 2 on the B year-to-date budget comparison. Is that correct?
That's what we're on.
Oh, I thought you said for, I'm sorry, excuse me.
If there's nothing else, then we'll move on to setting the date, which our typical meeting date would be Monday, December 19th, if that's okay, at 6 p.m. Does that work?
Yep.
Monday, December 19th. All right. Okay with staff? All right, and with that, we will adjourn at 6:36 p.m. Thank you.
You're going to take me. Wonderful. You did.
How you doing, Jen? Get it? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
I can see. That's how it's been. What's up? Yep. Part 3 days.
I hope you're right there. They go graduate. What they do at.
I think I wrote something today.
Yep.
No, I saw the, yeah.
Yeah.
It was not college, but everybody got placing. Yeah. Next Friday, and then it ran Monday. They were
My brother got to.
no, they just can't get the money because I'm gonna be under ramp. They will advance of it. Well, I really depends on how the later stuff gets better. Because if we need to be the same amount of volume, people in this. We don't get killed by the. No, it's really hard. I didn't see that, I guess. Like. Radioactive society. Yeah. Okay. You could advance. I ran that.
School doesn't matter.
Yeah, just doesn't, yeah. The majority of that is the death.
My computer's was going. Science.
There.
And all these kids are going to be. It's not.
I would see like a vehicle.
So it's a lapse. Son's birthday is tomorrow. Natural percent. Again, it's education. Still have it. Well, yeah. Joyce and Karen.
Yes, I know. Thanks, good.
Take it off.
Steps.
Stop. Like what if it's one right?
And just were you water? Thanksgiving. Like my sister. Still me. That's the whole family.
No.
And then, right. David's been on this whole way or something. Things like that. Honestly, it's like this. Like. So. It's really good. Yeah, David's a good.
That one for you. Next hour and a half.
Yes. Yeah.
I never used it.
So you use it like I don't know.
We're gonna use that. Actually, I'm thinking double. No.
It works.
It's just sort of, like based on how.
I can't.
I finally laid down to that.
Yeah, that's it.
Which you have to, even if it's pretty high. I believe, right, there's a place for Billy Conrad.
That's city.
Right, my son. I didn't get that many times. That's the start of this. I had never done it, where they just down and migrate. Oh, did you not get a work? Oh, that was hard. Poor people. Yeah, work for that. Check this out. Check this out. Wait a minute.
All right. Like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the village board on Monday, November 21st at 7 PM in the Germantown Village Hall Boardroom, and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all village board members present, except for trustee Kaminsky, who is excused. At this time, I'll ask us all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, God.
Thank you. Next item is President's Report. Just a couple of things to report tonight. First and foremost, don't want to take too much wind out of the sails from the people that were organizing the parade and the Christmas event, but I was proud and happy to be able to participate in the tree lighting. And from what I could tell there was a very good turnout. A lot of kids, a lot of families. Great participation from the community. The choir from the high school was singing as we lit the tree. Of course, Santa Claus was there, and all the kids were excited. So that particular event is always one of my favorite events because it kind of gets you in the mood for the season. It's a week or so before Thanksgiving. It starts to set the tone, and I think they even scheduled a little bit of snow for that day. So a little bit of snow was falling when we were lighting the tree. So everything was perfect, but it looked like everyone was enjoying themselves, and things like that just don't happen on their own. There's many, many hours of preparation, planning, organization, getting people in place, and bringing a lot of equipment and setting up a lot of things within the park or the parade route. So I'd like to thank all those that were helping with that within the village staff that helped make that a successful event, and all those that were part of the planning and part of the setting up of that event as well for making it successful and contributing your time and your service to the community so they could all start their holiday season off on the right step. So thank you to all for that. That's all I have for President's Report at this time. That would then take us to announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee and department reports, with committee reports first and committee chairs, starting with trustee Rick Miller.
I'll start with Public Works. So Public Works is going to meet December 7th. That moved one day later. It was originally scheduled for the 6th. So December 7th, 5:30 a.m. And
PM.
PM.
Thought they'd really change it up.
Glad you're paying attention. And General Government and Finance met tonight and will meet again on Monday, December 19th at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Trustee Myers.
Mr. President, the next public safety meeting will be in this room on Monday, 12/5 at 6 p.m.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to present for announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports? Trustee Jan Miller.
Good evening. I'd like to make an announcement. There's another event that if you'd like to get into the Christmas spirit, the Windsong Subdivision is going to have their annual Luminary Night, and that will be Sunday, December 4th from 5:30 to 8 p.m. The idea is to drive through our beautiful subdivision lit with luminaries, and at the entrance, we are gathering donations of dry food for the St. Boniface Food Pantry. Right after Thanksgiving, the pantry is empty, and we appreciate dollars or food, whatever you have, and just have a wonderful evening. It doesn't take long. It's only a mile and a half. So Luminary Night, December 4th, 5:30 to 8. Thank you.
Thank you for that information.
Sure.
Anyone else have announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports they'd like to bring forward? If there is nothing else on that agenda item, we will then move to citizen input and public appearance on items that are not subject to a public hearing. There is one public hearing on tonight's agenda for the Germantown budget and 2022 tax levy. So it's a 2023 village budget and the 2022 tax levy. If there is anyone here to speak for or against that, I would wish that you would wait until we announce that public hearing. But if there is anyone else in our audience or joining us via WebEx that would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance, you're welcome to do so at this time. If you're joining us via WebEx, just make yourself known to the moderators. And if you're within our audience, just come to the podium and state your name and your address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to come forward at this time?
Melanie Smythe, N140W17938, Cedar Lane. I just have some information, a couple of comments, and some ideas for you tonight. I was recently researching land prices in the area and found 36 acres for $699,000 in Mequon, that's agricultural land, and 10 acres for $295,000 in Richfield. And I compared that to the DPW information that we have been provided through the Eilers information. And if you do the math, we paid approximately $58,000 per acre associated with that deal. So many of you know, some of you do, some of you don't. In my former life, I worked for the world's largest hamburger company. And if I had brought such a deal to the room, I would have been laughed out of it. That is a great deal for the landowner, terrible for the taxpayers, and a gross distortion of real estate in our area. Going forward, I do not want you to spend any of my tax funds making horrible deals, please. At the last village board meeting, President Walter said that he'd not been to see the Holy Hell development during the day. And I was wondering why not? All of you should have gone there.
I work during the day.
You work during, well, you can go on Saturdays.
I work even
Or
harder during the day on Saturdays.
Well, maybe you can point your car there one day. Shouldn't you all have seen what 48% of the voters in the referendum don't want more of? And I'll just remind you all, the difference in votes was less than 5%, saying that they don't want the referendum for the extension of water and sewer to Richfield. That's not a mandate. The village spent $60,000 on education material propaganda to get it out and convince people that it was okay, whereas a small group of residents, taxpayers, funders of development, spent less than $1,000 to still get 48% of people voting no. So there's no mandate there. So I'm asking you, no more uglification of Germantown. Don't let any more holy hells happen. You can say no to developers. What happens? They move on down the road. Focus on running the village, fix the water billing, rejigger the budget to include additional police and fire coverage, convert to a performance budget based on strategic goals, which is what you've got. You're already partway there. All you need to do is add metrics and come up with some priorities and put it into the Tyler Muni. Bid out everything from engineering to legal services every cycle. Most of all, please remember for whom you work. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward at this time for citizen input and public appearance?
My name is Lynn Gergich. I live at West 168 North 11062 Ashbury Circle, Germantown. I'm here on behalf of the Germantown Chamber of Commerce just to say thank you for all the village support for the Christmas festival. The candy cane run in the morning, the Christmas parade, and Christmas in the park at Fireman's Park all had a great turnout. The run had a 25% increase in registrations this year. We do get runners from Sheboygan, Whitewater, Oshkosh. So we are bringing people looking for runs, which are few and far between this time of year. So we are bringing in some outsiders for that. The parade had a few more units this year, and I can't say enough about the shelter at Fireman's Park, how that has just really accommodates community events such as Christmas in the park. I know that a lot of the police department, fire department, and DPW, a lot of hours go into supporting us in that event. And it's not lost on me that I'm here able to say thank you this evening for your support. And Waukesha is celebrating, not celebrating, but memorializing a one-year anniversary of their tragedy. So I know the support is so important, and we couldn't do it without you. And just thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time for citizen input or public appearance?
Scott Heffley, W159 and 10514 Old Farm Road. I'll keep my comments for the budget hearing. The only thing I'll say is I reached out to a client of mine that's a retired CFO that managed budgets for 25 years at a large industrial company. I just asked his opinion on budgets. He does budgets for a living. So his idea for the budget that maybe to look at, he said when they were having problems budgeting because they had some volatile product lines that were up and down, kind of like our revenues are. You know, you never know when your one revenue is going to be way out of whack versus the other. They looked at 2 and 3 year averaging and budgeted on a 2 or 3 year basis for pro forma to try to come up with a better way to push things forward when you have like a 2020 year COVID, you have a coming out of COVID year, you have another year. There's a lot of items in the budget you can't control, but he was saying if you came up with an average and looked at it that way, it might help with forecasting. That was his idea, and this is a very successful person that ran company for 25 years as a CFO. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wishes to come forward at this time for citizen input or public appearance? If not, I have 2 communications to read into the record. First one was received on Sunday, November 20th, and it reads, Dear Germantown Government, in preparation for budget finalization, I am suggesting the website below as a reference, which some of you may know of already. From this site are 2 PowerPoints attached, one that discussed 4 types of budgeting approaches for municipalities, and a second regarding performance style budgets. If you recall, anytime that I have spoken of metrics, scorecards, and measurements, I am referring to performance and the discipline and insights that this style of presentation brings. Since we are coming into a new era of governance in the village and have the opportunity to reframe everything through the Tyler Muni system, please consider converting the budget method to this style. It will bring better understanding of the revenues and expenditures, and it has built-in ties to goals and objectives for all departments. Success will be self-evident. As it says in the second presentation, this does not happen overnight. However, the outcome of showing government efforts in a better light than is currently happening is large. Thank you for considering this. And this is from Melanie Smythe on Cedar Lane in Germantown. The second one was received on Monday, November 21st, and it reads, Mr. Krecklow, thank you for your reply back. No, we are not mixing the numbers from 2 different years. Please go to page 7 of the 274 pages of the agenda for tonight's meeting, found in the download attached for the GGF meeting for tonight. You will see as you read it, it states administration is recommending that $200,000 from the 2021 year-end surplus for a one-time bonuses to cover 62 full-time employees and 26 permanent part-time employees. It also states the 2023 budget and nothing states the raises would take effect on January 1st, 2022. Maybe they need to double check or triple check, or better yet, have you proofread the agenda before attaching it to the meetings. We may be wrong, but we can see and read. Yes, we did triple check the information before sending the email out to make sure that we had it correct. We believe you need to go back and take a look. Very interesting to hear the village non-union employees need another one-time bonus again when the COVID-19 was a one-time bonus. How many more one-time bonuses will you come up with during your employment within the village? This is getting really old. How underpaid the non-union employees are paid. Like we said, you never include the benefits they get too. Please don't compare the other communities. Have a list put together that listed for comparison on jobs and pay. Request on the proposal for the water tower. Why do a consultation and spend the money the village did? Bid should include everything that needs to be done. When you have a bid, don't they look at everything that could or should be repaired or replaced? Beside, what person who is request points out? Think how a bid works for your personal repairs. COVID-19 pay, it didn't really come across that way. We heard it over and over, how the employees keep the village running during COVID-19. We believe you had the board call it a retention bonus instead of COVID-19 bonus, because we pointed out how Mr. Walter stated how he had to get up and go to work during that time. He also said that he didn't get a COVID-19 bonus. Also, you really never replied back how many village employees work from home during COVID-19. We'd also like to know how many village employees left since you have started working for the village. That was another question asked several times before and still no reply back. We believe, Mr. Krecklow, your position as a village administrator, you should be required to live in the village. You like spending our money on cable channel, and that doesn't work well yet. Hopefully soon, and increase rates on the water and sewer bill, and also increase the tax rate. Yes, we know the board votes on it, but who gathers the information for the board? You do. Yes, we really do listen to the meetings. When you are going to raise our taxes, we want to know where the money is going. Thank you again for your reply and for your time. And it's signed the Schneiders. And those are the only two that I have to read in to the record for public comments that we received today. So one last time, is there anyone else that would wish to come forward, joining us via WebEx or within our audience, that would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance? All right, if there is no one else, we can then go to the next item on the agenda, which is consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda A and B.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve consent agenda items A and B. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? No discussion. We'll do a roll call vote, please. When the light goes off.
Press it at the top. Top of the button.
You pick up the one off the podium.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Works backwards.
Sorry about that. Trustee Baum. Trustee Hudson.
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Jan Miller.
Aye.
Myers.
Okay.
Nyrither.
Aye.
Pieper.
Aye.
And Walter.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item is unfinished business. There are two items listed on tonight's agenda. We'll start with item A, firewall engineering proposals. To give us some more information and background on that, we'll turn the meeting over to Aaron.
Thank you so much. At the October 17th meeting, the village board directed staff to solicit other proposals as alternatives for a firewall design proposed by Capital Data. I contacted two other firms who provided this service. I actually contacted three, so the third one got back to me. The other two said that they would not offer hardware without supplying support services for the organization. They feel like it would be a disservice since they are not managing devices they are just installing. The one that did get back to me, their quote was $10,457 over what was quoted by Capital Data. After receiving these these responses multiple times, I then asked Capital Data if they could provide an alternate proposal at a lower cost. They responded that their initial proposal was the most cost-effective product that fully meets the village's needs. However, they are able to reduce the overall cost of the project from $62,687 to $54,694 due to a change in our circuit design. That reduces the size of the devices needed, thus the cost of the equipment. In addition, Capital Data also provided a quote for a Cisco firewall system that would cost approximately $55,000. However, they are not recommending the Cisco system for the village. I've included a detailed statement of work in the packet to account for the labor they are proposing for the project. The installation costs are the same regardless of the product choice. And I also have Jeff Winters here if there are any questions regarding this. And we do have a PowerPoint that goes through some of these things we already discussed.
Start with questions. No questions? Sure.
Sure.
Hello, everybody. So this is the design, well, let me talk first about the current state. So this is the current state of the environment. So what this lists is circuits, equipment. In this chart, you can see in the red, we've listed the end of life dates for the equipment. That's essentially the last date that the equipment is supported by the manufacturers. So that means this equipment that is that has red on it is no longer receiving any sort of updates from the manufacturer, including security updates. So our recommendation is to replace all of that as soon as possible. And that coincides with our recommendation here. So the Fortinet design, which is what our initial recommendation was, this was just modified due to the circuit speeds. That change had occurred, and we just needed to make an appropriate change back to the models that were recommended at the police department and the fire department. So because of that, we have a design here where we're using firewalls at the police and fire as ingress egress points, essentially meaning that the locations are the faces to the internet. That's where traffic from the internet comes in and goes out. And then we're using a feature called SD-WAN, which allows traffic to migrate between the fastest circuit available. So if there's circuits that are down, the traffic will automatically get rerouted. Currently, you don't have any sort of resiliency. So this design actually provides resiliency in the event that either a carrier fails or one of the circuits that the carrier provides fails, or equipment. If the equipment that is terminating that equipment actually fails, there are alternative routes for the traffic to flow. In most cases, some of the locations like DPW and Senior Center only have a single device and single circuit. This was all done. Well, it was just a slight reduction, but it was a reduction in overall circuit costs to the village. And again, currently you're only using one carrier. So this actually provides multiple carriers and an improvement in bandwidth across the village by right-sizing the circuits. So the costs of the first line on each site is the cost of the device, and then the second line is our implementation cost to implement the solution. That top section is the management components of the solution, so that we can centrally manage the equipment. We can do things like reviewing logs in the event we have traffic that's questionable or malicious. We can review it and do some forensic background. So so that's what the solution incorporates. Any questions on the Fortinet design?
Trustee Pieper.
So line item number 2, it says quantity 1, and then it says years 24 times 7 FortiCare for 5,756.
So it's a quantity 1 of the product called FortiManager. So that's a centralized management product. And
So the quantity the line for the quantity just needed to be moved up, and it's actually for FortiAnalyzer and FortiGuard Outbreak. Is that correct?
Quantity 1 is for FortiManager, that first one.
And the
second one corresponds with that second line, which is FortiAnalyzer and FortiGuard. And then it just continues on to that 5 years, 24/7 FortiCare.
Okay, so that second line item is actually for 5 years, correct?
Correct. Both line items are for 5 years of support.
Okay. And then what about the Department of Public Works? How we are building a new one? When's it going to be done, President Walter?
Towards the end of 2023.
Okay, so we're coming like in a year.
Within a little over a year and a half, I mean, without any possible delays we don't know of at this time, but
So there's only a quantity of one for Department of Public Works, but we're moving into a much larger building. Is that one going to be enough for Department of Public Works? Or are you going to need another high availability for redundancy?
If the village decides that it makes sense to put high availability in there, then yeah, I would recommend, I would recommend 2 devices there. We can absolutely use that device and just add a second one, so that's not a problem. I would imagine that while construction is occurring, you'll probably want internet at that new location while the existing location is still running. So there's a good chance what we'll want to do in the future is order a second device, use that for the new location, and then once the old location actually shuts down, we'll take this device that would be running at the old location, move it to the new location and turn that into an HA pair.
And why not Sonic Wall?
Sonic Wall is it's not one of the products that we recommend. We look at that as more of an entry level product for like SMB shops. We like to go with products like Fortinet, Cisco, Palo Alto, Checkpoint. Those are the leaders in the marketplace. So I don't really see Sonic Wall as that.
I'd say Fortinet's #1 competitor is Sonic Wall, actually, and possibly beating them.
I'm not sure what that's based on.
Reddit?
Actually, I do have, so I can go back to the Cisco, but I actually did bring the Gartner Magic Quadrant. So Gartner is the leading executive reviewer of these types of technologies. I don't believe, so we got Fortinet's the leader. On the left, you have network firewalls. So that's the security protection product that Fortinet's bringing. But then we also have the intelligent routing product that Fortinet is providing, and that's the SD-WAN product. So you can see the way Gartner does this is that the upper right quadrant is what they consider the leaders. And so Fortinet, you can see, is the leader in both categories. SonicWall is actually listed on the left. They're listed as the lower left category, which would be not recommended. So I don't believe they're listed under the SD-WAN.
That's from a year ago.
Yeah, but this is the most current version.
It says as of August 2021.
Yeah, they only produce this report every once in a while.
What is Gartner?
It's a product that, or it's a service that recommends technology products. So they do reviews and recommendations to boards and C-level suites.
Other questions, Trustee Pieper?
No, not at this time.
Okay, anybody else? Other questions? No other questions? Other information? Anything else to
I
present?
don't think so. That was all I had.
Okay.
I guess the other slide that I skipped over was just the Cisco solution. And the Cisco solution is very similar to the Fortinet solution. Similar sized firewalls. Implementation is essentially the same. Similar services, centralized management, all of that's included in the Fortinet. The reason why we recommend the Fortinet, that's why I had the chart here, was the Fortinet is the upper right leader for both firewalls and SD-WAN. Cisco, while we still believe in their products, Cisco is not considered a leader in firewalls. They're consequently still much higher than SonicWall, but they're not considered a leader in the firewall section. They are in SD-WAN, where Fortinet is the leader for both. So.
Okay. So Aaron, the unfinished business then would be to approve the firewall engineering proposals for a cost of what?
Yes, it would be to approve one of the quotes that's offered. The one for the Fortinet is $54,694.
Okay. Board?
Make a motion for unfinished business A to approve as so mentioned by Aaron. 58, I think it said 460 or something.
54,694.
The Fortinet quote.
Motion made and seconded. Trustee Hudson.
What companies did you reach out to, Aaron, that chose not to submit?
Sure. Yeah, I reached out to OnTech and Office Technology Group, which is the vendor for the city of Mequon. I also reached out to, oh, sorry, I forgot the name. To Redbird Security, and they gave me a quote for the product, but after I gave them what we would need to be done, the summary of what we would need to be done, they weren't comfortable making that quote.
So with the one company, you called somebody at Mequon and they referred you, and that's fine. And then how did you get to Redbird, please?
Trustee Pieper
Okay.
suggested them, and the Mequon group was a recommendation from Brian.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to approve. Trustee Jan Miller.
When would this be installed?
I think the lead time on firewalls is we're looking about 6 weeks from the order date to actually get the equipment in, and then we can schedule installation shortly after that.
Okay, and Aaron, what fund is this being taken out of the budget?
This would be part of the
IT?
the ARPA funds, yeah. ARPA fund category that we had for the IT equipment.
Okay. And I think there was there was a balance, right?
Mhm, correct. Yep.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, just question on the timing. So the circuits haven't been ordered yet, right?
No, so we have not signed the contracts with Spectrum or
Ethoplex.
Ethoplex. Thank you.
Be able to be installed before those circuits are up?
They can be. Realistically, we'll probably want to do that in conjunction. If we do this at the same time as the circuits coming in, we can put the new equipment on the new circuits, test to make sure everything's working fine, and then cut over to it. So that would be ideal, but I think there's some options there.
What the lead time is for the circuits, that's usually pretty far out.
I'm not sure, but I couldn't start anything until this decision was made. So, but Spectrum, they're waiting for my response, so.
We did get feedback that they could move fairly quickly. All of the circuits are already in the building. It's just a matter of changing the service.
Oh, so you don't have to run fiber or anything?
Correct. There's no construction required.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Further discussion on the motion to approve. No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers,
Aye.
Trustee Hudson,
Aye.
Trustee Baum,
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Nyrather,
Aye.
Trustee Pieper? No. And Walter, sorry.
Aye. Motion passes. Takes care of unfinished business, item A. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
Next item under unfinished business is item B, Resolution 37-2022, disallowance of claim for Nancy Rydell. Village Attorney, do you want to give us background or information on that, or is there someone else?
Yeah, certainly, as you'll recall, at the last meeting, this claim was up. Our recommendation at the time was to deny. That continues to be my recommendation. We put it off until this meeting to allow for the folks that were involved in the village's end to perhaps be able to answer some questions to the extent that you have them. And we certainly could do that if there are any questions.
Trustee Hudson?
Yeah, I'd like somebody to explain to me what I'm looking at in the last picture in the packet, please.
That showing the pipe coming out of the wall?
It looks to me like it's, I think, I'm not sure. That's kind of why I'm asking the
That would be
question.
Mr. Anderson.
That's the picture.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, what you're looking at in that picture is the back of a rebuilt storm catch basin. And coming out of that, our crew put a PVC stub with a cap on the end of it. And then you're also seeing the corrugated drain tile that's coming from the Rydell property. That's what that is.
So the village, just to get this right, so the village property is the teal and the white PVC, and the homeowner property is the black flexible piece PVC, it would look like?
Yes. And I'll expand on that just a little bit for everybody. Whenever we do work of any type in storm infrastructure, whether it's an urban cross section or a rural cross section, we never make a connection to a property. If we're leaving a connection for a property, that's always the responsibility of the homeowner. We never know what they may have for protection, if it's backflow prevention in the basement or not. So we never want to cause a situation where our storm system would flood and cause a basement to flood. So we may leave a connection for a resident, but it's always on the resident to make that connection.
Still have the floor, Trustee Hudson.
So does the resident know this? So when we left this property, was this buried and covered up, or could, when I walk by in my dog, could I look down and see this, that these two fixtures didn't meet one another?
Yep. I wish I had a really, really great answer for you, and I don't. I wish I could tell you with certainty that there was somebody that knocked on the door or somebody from our crew stopped up there to let Nancy know. I can't tell you that. What I would like to tell everybody, though, is that this property did have a secondary means of water coming out. That catch basin was rebuilt more than 5 years ago and probably less than 10 years ago. So for the last 5 to 10 years, the sump pumps have been working properly. And when I did visit the site, Nancy did share with me that both sump pumps were replaced. They had failed and they had replaced. So while this is an opinion, I guess I'm going to share it with you guys as the board. My opinion would be that while we didn't have an ideal situation at the street, the sump pump failure is the reason why the backup occurred, not necessarily the pipe not being connected.
So could you explain to me, explain that there was a backup system to get the water out, please?
Yeah. And again, I don't know if Nancy would want to share more about what her backup system is, but I'll give you what I saw. There's a pipe, comes out of the house, drains toward the catch basin. Those are obviously in the image you see, they're plugged on either side. And then there's a secondary pipe that's coming out and going over land. And so those sump pumps have been working any rain, heavy rain, light rain. They've been working for the last 5 to 10 years over that secondary means of egress. Did that answer your question?
So there's 2 sump pumps in the basement.
2 sump pumps, 2 different ways for water to exit the house.
Oh, and one sump pump went one way and the other sump pump went the other way?
1 crock, 2 pumps, 2 separate lines leaving the house, 1 underground to the catch basin, 1 above ground over land.
But both have pipes that come out of the house above ground?
Nope.
And then it gets buried?
Nope. One leaves the house underground, goes to the catch basin. That's the one where you're seeing the image where they're not connected. There's a secondary means of water coming out of the house over land and drains just outside the house.
And that pipe that connects those, that is normal flexible tube like this?
It's
not a hard PVC?
Yeah, corrugated drain tile is very common. And again, those are put in by residents. That's not something the village is putting in. So, you know,
Residents or by a builder?
either, maybe a builder's probably going to use PVC.
Right. Okay. Trustee Hudson, you still have the floor. I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Pieper.
So if I had the curbing and a storm sewer grate on the street replaced by the village, I would need to reconnect my sump pump pipe to the sewer grate. But we have no proof of the village telling any residents that this will need to be done, or else your basement could flood.
Not in this case. We don't have proof. Typically, it would be very typical for a letter to go out for somebody. If it's multiple properties, there might be a letter. If it's a single property, somebody's going to knock on the door. We have no evidence in this case.
So in this case, was it multiple residents or just a single resident?
Just a single resident.
Ms. Rideout, did you receive a letter or a knock on the door, or?
No, I did not.
Were you notified that the work was going to be done, that this work was going to happen?
No, I did not know that. I would have reconnected if I knew that. And the two pipes, the secondary pipe that's never used. It always goes out that main pipe. I think what happened was we've never had that amount of rain in that quick amount of time. And it was just too much. I had a regular sump pump and a battery backup, and both failed because it was probably coming right out of that secondary and it went just right back down. And I'm sure my contractor said it burned both of them out, is my guess. This is actually my second flood, and I went back and looked at the timing. So the other time had to have been the exact same thing. I think when it's a light rain, the secondary could handle it, but I never knew that that main pipe was closed up. When I did call, Scott came immediately. He was very helpful. We dug it up and we found it. I had it immediately reconnected, but I did not know that. I would have done that. I don't take those things lightly. So.
How many years was that like that?
Again, I'm using the age of the concrete, the age of the pavement, the work that we did, I'm going to say between 5 and 10 years ago.
So, and you were in the house 5 to 10 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. So they would have dug up the street like they normally would have. They would have broken into the lawn. They pull that all out, they replace it, and then they kind of repave and reseed. Okay.
But they also they buried it.
Right. Okay. Trustee Hudson.
Would the village have known that this connection even exists?
The village would have known that they took it out of the storm catch basin when our crew was rebuilding it. What it was connected to at that point, we would have made the assumption, I think, that it was connected to the house, but I don't think, again, there's no way, you don't go inside, you don't double check.
So did we?
Did we?
Did we know that it exists, and did we make assumptions? I mean, so what?
I think, again, I'm going to answer the question honestly. Yes, I think we knew it existed because we had a piece of PVC that came out. We left a connection for the Rydell property to connect back up to. So at some point, yes, somebody knew that it existed.
Thank you.
Trustee Pieper.
But you didn't leave it exposed, you buried it. So you didn't even allow them to reconnect it because you buried it, right? And then who paid for the excavation?
For which excavation?
It says Scott was very helpful and quickly found a firm to excavate and reconnect the discharge pipe that same day.
Oh, I did.
Okay. Wait, you paid for somebody to come out and
Yeah, the excavation was done with my own arms
Yeah.
and a shovel.
Okay.
He dug it up for me.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time disallowing this claim. I'm sorry. I think it's pretty darn clear to me that this was our fault and we should pay for it.
Trustee Hudson.
So why should we pay to repaint the ceiling and put in 4 can lights? And by you, was the dryer a new dryer?
Was
Yeah, so you, in the claim, you're asking.
I lost my dryer, yes.
Was it a brand new dryer?
Not brand new, but it wasn't super old. It was due to the water.
So why should we pay to repaint your ceiling?
I had to gut it quickly because there was quite a bit of mold forming very quickly. I'm an asthmatic, so I had to get that stuff out of there.
And the installation of 4 can lights?
That I used to have, I had 4 lights on the walls. And when they had to take those walls down, they took those lights down. And because it's darker, my contractor said, we'll just add 4 lights in the top. But I mean, you don't have to pay for those 4 lights if you don't want. I'm not looking for anything above and beyond. I just,
I understand. I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Before you leave, man.
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Myers.
So you only went with one person? You didn't go for multiple bids?
I did get another bid, but it was substantially more. So I went with these guys. They're actually doing it. I did some of the work to keep the costs down. So we're kind of piecemealing it. So they come, it's side jobs for them. So they're doing it after their full-time jobs. So it's taking a little bit longer, but it saved me some money. So I did have other quotes. I just didn't submit them because they were ridiculously priced.
Well, you had to make up your mind, but now you said you had this problem before. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you use the same company that you're using the second time?
No, I had a different company.
And your insurance only covered 10,000?
Because it's sump pump related. If it's sump pump related, they won't do anything over 10,000. 10,500 is what they.
You'd have to put an additional rider on.
Did you have that same problem last time? First time when you had the problem?
The sump pump?
Yes.
So my contractors assured me, they're like, this will never happen again. And that's why we couldn't figure out how this could have happened, because we had 2 sump pumps. And then we realized it was capped.
The insurance company is paid to the 10,500?
Yes.
That you have. But the total without that would be something less, correct?
Yes, less the 10,500.
And then whatever was just identified just a moment ago in regard to the can lights?
4 can lights?
The cans, yeah. How much would that have been?
I think those are like $30 each.
Would you have to install them? Did you have a hole originally for them?
No, he cut.
So then you had to make a hole and they had to put electrical stuff to it?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no, I
I'm
can
not
find
trying to
that
make
out.
anything up, it's just that,
Yeah.
you know, just, so probably would cost, probably the 6-inch cans, I can see, well, it would have been a heck of a lot more, to be honest with you, with those cans, with electrical work, if there was no electrical there, and then hook all that stuff up to your fuse box and so on and so forth. And did you have a electrician, electrical contract?
Yes.
So in other words, they do multiple type of things. So you have license to do.
Yes. No, I didn't actual electrician do the electrical work.
Okay. Thank you at this time.
Trustee Pieper.
So the 2 times that it happened, both of those times happened since they replaced the curbing? Okay.
I didn't realize it.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, because it happened once and 2 new sump pumps and it happened again. Got it. And then your insurance company, did you go back and tell them that it wasn't due to the sump pump, that it was due to that not being connected?
They are aware of that, yes.
And they still, did they pay you out yet?
Yes, they sent me the check for 10.
For 10,500?
Mhm.
Okay. So $30,312 minus 10,500 is 19,812. And I know like there, it looks like there were some other improvements that could have or could be associated. In my mind, I'm going to make a motion to approve Ms. Rydell's claim in the amount of $18,000.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Chan Miller, you had your hand up.
Yes, just for clarification, Nancy, I noticed in the picture that in your basement, you had your lighting on the wall. So you had studs and you had the lights on the wall and it was uplighting. And the contractor suggested you just put up can lights instead of the wall lights.
Right, because that drywall got all wet. So we ripped
Yes.
that all down.
Yes.
And he said it's too hard to
Yes.
work around.
So the lights are not in addition, they're a replacement for a side wall, a wall lighting to a ceiling lighting. It's not I mean, it was probably easier for the, your construction guy. So that was the point that I wanted to make.
Trustee Hudson.
This will be my last question, I promise. So do we have a documented process to make sure that this never happens again?
It's a note that I just wrote down here on my paperwork. We're going to change the process on how we do this. Can I add something really quick, just as a clarification? I did hear something said that I'd like to clarify.
Sure.
The connection certainly, the connection not being made certainly didn't help the situation. But I'm going to point out again, the sump pump failure was no question the cause of the water in the basement. No question.
So I'm going to ask some questions about that because
Yeah.
I've had issues with my sump pump also. Is that because the sump pump continually was attempting to pump out water and it couldn't catch up? So of course it would naturally burn out. Because that has happened to me.
Yep.
What we can't tell is.
Again, though, for myself as a homeowner, and I can just speak about the home that I just sold. I also had two means of egress. If I was using my secondary means of egress, I knew as a homeowner that I had to get that water away from my house, right? I mean, that's just, I don't know, maybe it's because of what I do, that makes more sense to me. But, and I certainly, you folks can make the decision that you feel comfortable with. I'm just providing the information. Some pump failure is what caused the water to back up in the basement. What caused some pump failure? Sure, that could be a discussion.
Thank you.
Trustee Baum.
To extend your line of commenting, when I start seeing the overflow drain start to spew water out, one, if it's too close to the house, I should put a pipe on it to get it away. But when I see that one activated, I should go find out why the primary one isn't working. So that is where I would look at this is I have to, I believe the owner has some responsibility in finding out why the second one has engaged.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah. So this isn't a new thing, right? I mean, this has been this way in the ground for 5+ years?
5+ years, yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize that initially. I thought this was a brand new thing and we covered it up and that was it. The other question is for the attorney, and I think you've discussed this before, but why do we typically deny these claims? Why is the recommendation to deny these?
In short, because we have immunity from various claims. The public policy behind that statutory immunity is that the risk of harm or damage to an individual should be borne by that individual as opposed to the taxpayers as a whole. For things that are discretionary acts, which this certainly is. Do you connect the pipe or do you not connect the pipe? As long as you're following your process, you're doing what you're supposed to, as opposed to, if they were going through and saying, well, this one we're going to connect and that one we're not going to connect, then we're talking more of an intentional type situation. And so it's really primarily based on that liability immunity that the statutes provide us. Beyond that, there's a whole host of issues that I have with the claim. The fact that this is 5+ years old, I wasn't actually even aware that this had happened before. Certainly happening before to Trustee Baum's position or point means that I've now, that would have been the date that triggered statute of limitations issues. So we'd need to know when that specifically took place. She may be barred from even filing the claim at this point because it's for something that happened long enough ago that she wouldn't be able to do that. You have claims for replacement of all sorts of things that otherwise wouldn't be covered. If this was just your insurance company that was looking at it, they're not going to pay for a full new drywalled wall. They're going to tell you cut it off at about 3 feet or whatever the water level is. You go up a little bit so that you get all the stuff that's been soaked with the water, and you put new stuff at the bottom. You don't redo the whole wall. You don't take down the lights. You don't put in a new staircase. You're just going to replace the items that were damaged itself. This, by the looks of it, was a full gut of the basement and put in new stuff. So not only are you dealing with a claim that we probably have immunity for, but if you're going to pay the claim, my recommendation would be that you'd want to adjust that accordingly. And that's probably not something I recommend you do on the fly here this evening. You probably want to have somebody, myself or somebody else, go out and take a look at the basement and actually do some level of adjustment. We can certainly talk to the insurance companies, see if they have somebody that could go out and do it, to give you an idea of what the real value of the claim might be if you were to decide to pay it, which of course is not my recommendation.
So what's the recourse for a homeowner like this? We deny the claim. I'm just assuming we're going to possibly deny the claim. Then what's their recourse or what's their course of action?
Course of action at that point would be they have the ability to file suit. She would get notice of that in the mail, telling her that she has a certain time period within which she could file suit to seek that recovery. And that would be the approach that is typically taken.
And if she would win, who would pay that recovery? Typically? The insurance?
It would depend on coverages. In this case, because it's not a sewer pipe, it's a storm pipe. I think our insurance would cover that loss. It wouldn't cover a sewer backup. I don't believe we have that coverage on ours. Here. So I think the insurance would pay for that cost. But if they didn't, then it would fall to us just as it would now if you were going to pay it. Because certainly if you paid it tonight, we can't go to the insurance company who's also told us to deny the claim and say, okay, now you got to pay us back. They'll just tell us you didn't do your due diligence and deny the claim like we told you to. So they wouldn't pay us.
What if it would go through the court, then they possibly would?
Potentially, yes, assuming there's coverage.
Thank you.
Couple questions, just so everybody's clear. So you were saying that, statutes grant us this immunity. State statutes allow us this immunity?
Correct.
And the process of normal claims made to the village based on the immunity that the state's given us is to deny it so that it opens up the residents' opportunity to pursue other avenues of recompense, whether it be through the courts or individual lawyer.
Right. I mean, that's the end result. The basis why we do it is because of that public policy perspective of it's better to saddle the individual with the cost of, or the risk as opposed to the taxpayers as
Right.
a whole.
As the taxpayers as a whole who are already through their property taxes paying the premiums for the insurance company that may or may not pay this claim?
Right.
Okay. Trustee Pieper.
How long have you lived in the house?
19 years.
19 years? And this work was performed about 5 years ago, right, Scott?
Yeah.
About 5 years ago? And then when was the first flood?
I don't have those exact dates. I have
Oh, not exact dates, just like, so the work was performed, the curbing about 5 years ago.
it was literally like 4.5, 5 years back. So
Right
I
after they
didn't know
replaced the
that,
curbing?
yes.
Okay. And then the second flood was just this last summer
September 11th,
of this last year?
this last year.
Okay. Guys, I gotta say, we gotta be good human beings about this. We didn't even give the homeowner a chance to connect the pipe. We buried it. We didn't even tell them that this work was gonna be performed. We didn't tell them the pipe was being disconnected, and then we covered it back up. This is a time where we respect our residents here. I understand that our residents pay for the insurance premium and everything like that. I get that. But this is a time where the village steps up and rights its wrongs. We were wronged. Make it right.
Further discussion on the motion, which currently is to approve the claim and pay how much? Any further discussion? Trustee Myers.
Liar. You know, I lost my thought. God dang. That's not good.
Give you a minute.
I'm sorry, Mr.
All right, I'll recognize trustee Jan Miller, and then perhaps it'll come back to you.
Please, sorry.
Okay, trustee Jan Miller.
I agree with trustee Pieper. Something like this has come up before. And when something is buried, it cannot be identified. The homeowner went to their insurance company, got the estimates, got the work done. She has a medical condition that she's trying to protect her health. We need to change our procedure. So I think that that's all I wanted to say. I think it's the right thing to do as well. It would cost us, just keep this in mind, it would cost us money to give it to our attorney, to take it to court, or whatever we have to do.
Our attorney wouldn't take it to court. If it would go to
Well,
court, I think it would be the insurance company's attorneys.
Okay, but we would be paying our attorney to review these things, right?
I think if it was taken to court, or typically in those cases, the insurance company pays the attorney's fees to defend.
Okay, but we're paying him now to listen to this case. So
Correct. We're
that's just
paying
my
him to
point.
be here tonight.
That's my point. Thank you.
So.
Trustee Pieper.
And respond to trustee Baum's comment about, well, it's the homeowner's responsibility because the first flood happened and, you know, you need to figure out how to do that. So what about me? Like, what if I don't really understand this stuff? I'm not an architect like you or have a guy to come over and take a look at it. I'd have to pay somebody. She did her due diligence and she put in 2 sump pumps. She replaced them. She figured that was the cause. And it failed again. So there obviously was a problem. She did her due diligence and then she did it again by calling the village and Scott coming out and figuring out what the problem was. So she did her due diligence on figuring out what the actual problem was. Okay, I'm done. Maybe. Oh, sorry.
Trustee-
One last thing. She pays her taxes too. she pays a portion of our insurance premium too. So you can't discount her that her property taxes don't pay our expenses.
Further discussion? Trustee Myers.
I remember.
Right.
Brian, when you were talking about the insurance company, I'm wondering what they gave as the reason why they, or do they just use whatever on every claim?
Typically, in my experience, what'll happen is that they will review the claim, will determine whether or not immunity applies or not. And if it does, then they recommend denial. If immunity doesn't apply, then they will typically adjust the claim appropriately, and pay the claim based on that. So if you had something that is, well recognized to be an exception to that immunity, that took place, then the insurance company typically would pay that and just handle the claim. But where there is, a basis to deny it based on that statutory immunity, they typically would tell us that that's the reason why we should deny it.
What reason did they give is what I want to know.
That was the reason in this case, that it's
the last one that you mentioned?
Correct, that it is not a mandatory thing. It was a discretionary act, and as such, there is immunity that would apply to it.
That would almost apply to almost all of them. Wouldn't it?
It applies to a lot of things, yes.
Not like to almost all of them. It's like, that's kind of hard. But anyway, a question to you, ma'am. Does your sump pump run that much? Do you ever check it?
I check it all the time, yep.
So how, is it running all the time or
No.
just running when it rains?
It runs regular. I mean, when it rains, it runs. But we had that huge amount
No,
of
I
rain.
understand that. I was just curious in regard to, because some people just don't know about the sump pump. And that.
I came home from work and it was flooded.
Thank you.
Trustee Baum.
So Trustee Pieper, it's an understanding that it's a school of hard knocks, I guess. You have two sump pumps. One of them is a backup. If the backup is running and the primary is not, something's wrong with your primary, you should go check it. The secondary was running, discharging. It's dumping back in and just short cycling everything. My in-laws do that. Neighbors of theirs do it. I've seen it. I understand it. The other problem I have is, so that brings some responsibility on the owner.
So is she supposed to go dig it up, go take a shower or shovel and dig it up?
There are things that could have been done. The other part is, when I do get involved in these floods, we cut off the bottom 2 feet and everything above it remains. It's all good. The water only wicks up a certain distance unless you are filling the basement with water. At 6 inches, we shouldn't have had to take out the entire walls. So I can't support this. If we're going to go forward, I can't support it at the full value. There's got to be some reduction because I think we're doing more work than really had to be done. So I'll leave it at that.
Further discussion on the motion to approve the claim for 18,000. Trustee Jan Miller.
David, Trustee Baum, I think that what you said is very valid. However, you have to be home to react to those things. If you are a homeowner and you're working and no one is home, how would you achieve those checks and balances? It's not that she didn't know, she put in a second sump pump. I think that is being proactive. So I agree with Trustee Pieper and the motion.
Trustee Baum.
In 5 years of having two sump pumps, the primary sump pump had to have burnt out a long time ago, not
No.
that day.
The secondary was just a battery backup.
Yeah,
No,
it's never run before. This is the only day that the secondary pump ran.
Yeah, my main sump pump was a lot of money. I replaced it with a very good one. And I would check it periodically. There was no issues.
Scott, then water would be pumping out, and wouldn't this area be waterlogged?
Yes.
That would be another sign that we got a problem here. This part of my yard is always waterlogged whenever it rains, and it's well away from the house.
Yes.
It wasn't waterlogged. And the secondary came out right on top of the house. I actually had the previous homeowner come over to show him, to find out if he knew anything about that. And he's like, no, you should. He said it would never come out of that secondary. It always goes out to the sewer. And I said, well, it's not. I don't understand. And then that's how we discovered it was not going out. I think in small rains, it was okay, but not when we had those 8 inches within a matter of a couple of hours. It just couldn't keep up, and I think it burnt them both out.
Trustee Myers.
Some of the comments that were made in regard to replacing the whole wall, I agree wholeheartedly. You don't replace the whole wall, you only replace a section. As you mentioned, 6 inches of water. Maybe I would have went up 8 inches rather than the, do you know how deep your basement is? Is it 7 feet deep?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So anyhow, I want to amend this motion to have a different amount of $10,000 rather than 18,000 because of what it just stated.
That's your motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to amend. Do I have a second? One more time, we have a motion to amend to a $10,000 payout. Do I have a second for that motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, motion to amend is made and seconded. Discussion on the motion to amend. I'll start with Trustee Hudson.
Please start with trustee Pieper. I need to.
Trustee Pieper.
I appreciate that, trustee Hudson. I had a piece of drywall, so I've been doing work in my basement. I actually put the drywall up myself. It's not pretty, but I watching YouTube videos, I kind of figured it out. So I had a piece of extra drywall sitting in my basement, and one of my kids knocked the tube that comes out from the furnace that's supposed to go down the drain. One of my kids kicked it, and it was, so water was coming in on my basement floor and by this piece of drywall. Now, this was not even an inch of water. This was just water that was coming out, mind you, and then going down the drain eventually. That piece of drywall got soaked up to past 2 feet just from sitting there. Drywall is porous. It's going to soak it up, and it sure as heck did. I don't know if any of you guys know about mold or have ever seen mold, but the mold in the house that can grow, it grows instantly. Instantly. And if one piece of drywall had moisture in it, you need to replace the whole entire thing to be sure that that mold is gone. You do. If you're an asthmatic like her, or if you have children with scarred lungs, which some of my friends do, you don't take the chance. You replace the whole drywall. Be humans here. Be good members of the board supporting your residents that we did wrong for. Sorry, one last comment. I'm sorry, trustee Hudson. One last. Somebody else was watching, another resident was watching the meeting from home, the last village board meeting, and was listening to us discuss this claim and the other claim that we denied with the tires. And no offense to you guys, but they said, I cannot believe that they didn't approve that. You seem to be the only one on the board that has sense. And I'm not saying that as a dig to anybody else on this board. I'm just saying that is the view of some of the residents towards us when we disallow claims like this, when it was blatantly our fault.
Further discussion. Trustee Hudson.
So So, thank you. So, first of all, thank you for coming here tonight and thank you for furnishing this to us. And I also understand what our village attorney is telling us to do. And what I am struggling with is how to put a price tag on being fair, right? And the right thing to do. And I guess what my questions are at this point in time, other than voting yes or no for this particular motion, what are the options that the village board has and the village of Germantown has? If somebody could just lay that out for me, please. We can send.
Sure. Option one would be to take action on the claim this evening, whatever that is. Deny it, approve it in part, whatever. Certainly a second option that we've done in the past, I think here, certainly in other communities with the same insurance company, we have basically sent the claim back to the insurance company and said, no, we think you ought to take a second look. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
If we do that, does that preclude us from issuing a check at some point later on if our insurance company should deny it?
You always have the ability to pay the claim out of village funds. It doesn't impact us. Doing that is really just to get that next set of eyes to look at it. Sometimes they'll see things a little bit differently, and sometimes they would agree. I don't think that'll happen in this case, but
How long does this process take?
a couple weeks typically, not very long.
A couple weeks.
Yeah. Holidays might be the delaying factor here, just because I don't know what staff schedules with the insurance company look like and that kind of stuff. Option three would be to direct some level of adjustment to take place, whether that's see if we can get the insurance company to just have their adjuster to go out and do it. If it's me going out and taking a look and seeing what actually was done versus, what was there and try to come up with values. But to do that process in some way, we've done that as well, would be the kind of other option that you have.
That's the end of the list?
That I can come up with.
Thank you.
Village Administrator.
If I could just add, I think, and some background information, I think the village attorney kind of explained this, but maybe to restate it another way. I think that there's a short list of options because, sometime decades ago, the state legislature kind of took municipalities out of, by giving immunity to municipalities, kind of tried to take these things off of municipal plates. There's a lot of inherent risk to many of the things that the village does. From these types of construction projects to police chases to putting spike strips down in the roads. We have heavy trucks out in all kinds of weather. There's a lot of inherent risk to that. And I think when the state legislature passed the law that granted immunity to villages and to municipalities for accidents, things that can happen, in the fulfillment of those responsibilities, it was because they felt that it was more appropriate to leave that risk with the residents who are receiving the services from the municipality rather than putting it on the broad taxpayers. Now that may be the wrong decision, but that's really an issue for the state legislature, and something for them to look at, and they could remove that immunity from municipalities. But and change that law. But that is the approach that's been in place for, and I don't know if the village attorney knows, but 50 years or more.
Sovereign immunity really dates back to the founding of the country. It really comes from England, technically, the idea that you can't sue the king. And that carried over and was applied to governments and has been in existence in some form since basically the founding of the country.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Trustee Pieper.
Who paid for Chief Hale's fence when one of our snowplows took it down? You didn't pay for it.
I don't remember him filing a claim with the village for that.
You didn't pay for it.
I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I know he didn't stand before this body and ask for a claim.
No, we probably just allowed it.
That's an opinion that's really up.
Yeah, that is an opinion.
Well, and that's not really a fair question either, because I don't even know anything about the claim, so it may even predate me, or if it's been in my tenure, it never came to my attention. But there may be all sorts of reasons why we paid. I mean, it may have been something that falls within one of those exceptions to immunity that typically applies. I don't know the facts. I can't answer that question appropriately, and it's not really fair to say, well, what about this claim, when we can't talk about the details of it because we're just not familiar with them.
And if anything, that question begs the importance of why the state legislature did what it did. Why this one and not that one? Why here and not there? What it does is it removes those discussions. We've had it for 40 minutes because you want to be fair, and do we feel bad that it happened? Absolutely. Would I want it to happen to myself? Absolutely not. So yeah, there is a feeling that it is, we feel bad that this occurred, but because we're a municipality that gains our revenues from the mass of residents that live within our borders, the state legislature has decided to grant that immunity, because then you don't have to pick and choose who does and who does not. It allows the resident to pursue avenues that they have as alternatives to get compensation if they feel it is due, whether it be going to a municipal court and bringing action against the village that way, where then it's discussed within a court format, and then either the insurance company or the village can then pay based on the outcome of that, or the resident has opportunity to have it covered in whatever value of their insurance. But it removes the 40-minute plus discussion, because I'd love to do it all for everybody, but in the time that I've been on the board, I can only think of one other time that we ever decided that we were going to pay, and it was more of a broken water pipe that was going on for a while than it was for any type of storm-related issue. And there's a reason, there's a process in place for that. And this 40-minute discussion is a perfect example of why that is. Your point of why this one, not that one, is why that is, and why that is presented in the way that it is. And there is that process out there. And I think in most cases, to be fair to the residents and to the people bringing the claim, like yourself, ma'am, it's allowed to have that process occur, because then it's in the frame of fairness and not in the frame of opinion.
And I understand the reason for the village to
Trustee
have.
Pieper, would you like to be recognized?
I had the floor initially.
Go ahead, Trustee
I
Pieper.
wasn't done speaking, but I allowed you to go because you're the
Trustee
president.
Pieper, go ahead.
I understand the reason for the village to have immunity, but we are also granted the authority to go against that and to allow this claim to be paid. And I'm asking us to do the right thing in this circumstance.
Trustee Hudson.
Why is this different than the prior one of approximately 18 months ago?
I can answer that. The reason primarily was because there is an exception to the rule that basically if there is a known hazard and we fail to act with respect to that hazard, that creates problems. And in that particular circumstance, there was evidence that the village was aware of the fact that that water main was leaking to a significant extent and chose to ignore the fact that it was leaking.
So I understand, thank you, and I understand that logic. And couldn't we apply that same logic to, we knew it was there and we didn't reconnect it? Or why does that logic fail in this case then, Brian?
It fails in my opinion because you are talking more about a design issue as opposed to a something that we know is physically happening. The possibility versus the actual. It would be the same as there may be a pothole out on Mequon Road at some point, but until that pothole actually exists and causes damage and we're aware of it, that responsibility comes in.
Thank you.
Trustee Jan Miller.
I wanted to mention that I was going to bring up the same case, and I beg to differ. I think we've already admitted that the work that should have been done, the work that was done on the house, the connection to the sewer, that was work that was done by the village or a contractor of the village. Is that right, Scott?
The work on the storm catch basin would have been done by village staff, yes.
Okay, so we failed to reconnect it. And the incident 18 months ago was a failure to finish the job correctly.
Can I just make a clarifying statement, just to clarify?
In essence?
We would have never reconnected it, ever, no matter where we were working. I think if we're going to call a failure, let's call it the communication.
Okay, communication failure. I would agree with that.
I mean,
but part of the procedure is to, if you do the work, you're not going to reconnect. Leave it out so that the homeowner can't give them a call, text, ring the doorbell, send a smoke signal. I think we need to alert. And it sounds like a simple thing, but it's easy to forget and to bury it and not have someone being able to visually see it and check it and everything else looks all right. Do you think it would have, obviously it didn't show up in a smaller rain situation, but in this big rain situation it did. So.
Just a quick point too, and again, Nancy, nothing personal. This is not the first heavy rain event we've had in the last 5 to 10 years. I mean, that is an important clarification as well.
But the amount of rain that came down in the small amount of time, it was very significant. There was,
No question, it was
yeah,
significant.
there was flooding everywhere and my water had nowhere to go. I truly did what I needed to do to avoid this ever again.
Further discussion, Village Administrator.
I just wanted to also point out, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to the communication, the process is that we do inform the residents either by letter or a knock on the door. I think what we don't have is documentation confirming that happened 5 to 10 years ago. And that's the process improvement that Scott is talking about making, is keeping the documentation so that if this comes up again, that we can confirm, yes, we informed the resident of that, but that is the standard practice.
Yes, and the part where I feel bad is I wish that I could say exactly who was on that job and that I knew about it. That's what I can't say, and that's where I feel bad. And yes, that's the gap we can't close. I can't say whether somebody did or didn't, and I'm not going to dispute. You know, she's saying nobody contacted her. I'm not going to dispute that. But I can't say for sure. We may have knocked on the door. We may have left the hole open for weeks waiting for somebody to reconnect, and it never happened. I'm not going to say either way because I can't say either way.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Everybody understand the motion to amend?
There's no motion to amend.
Yes, there is.
Oh, sorry, can you restate it?
Motion to amend is to reduce the payout from 18,000 to 10. Motion made by Myers, I believe seconded by Hudson. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Of the amendment?
Of the amendment, yes. For
You
the
didn't say
motion.
that, so I just want to clarify.
Yes, it's for the
Mr.
motion
President.
to amend, yes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails. Back to the motion. Unamended. Original motion is, everybody understands, for 18,000? Any further discussion on the motion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Pieper? Aye. Trustee Hudson?
Aye.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Rick Miller?
Nay.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Myers?
No.
Trustee Nyrather?
No.
And President Walter?
Nay. Motion fails. Board? Trustee Nyrider.
Make a motion at this time to deny the claim, and I should say support resolution 37-2022, which is disallowance of the claim.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Baum.
Reason why I didn't support motions is the dollar value. Attorney is, let's get somebody to tell us what the actual cost that we should pay. I would like to get it back to the insurance and send the insurance company out there to take a look at this. Then I can say, yes, if that's a real number, do think we had some fault in it, think the owners had some fault in it, think there's some middle ground. I need a better, not just 10,000, not just 50.
Is that a comment or are you looking to propose a direction?
I would like to propose a direction.
I was going to say, does that sound like a motion to table until we're able to get word back from the insurance company as
Table or
directed?
postpone? Right, but he can't make a motion to table until that happens.
I'll make a motion to table it until we can get information from the insurance company on what the appropriate value should be.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to table, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? One opposed. Two opposed. Motion carries. Ma'am, do you have questions?
I do. How is an insurance company going to come in now and tell you what happened?
I think you have a good photographic record of what occurred, and if you could be willing to share that, I think that would be very helpful. I think also if you so choose, you can allow them into your home. You don't, I mean, it would be preferred, and then allow them to inspect and have a discussion with you as to, you know, what you saw and what it was. And I think that would also be helpful in a determination.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it very much. Next item on the agenda is public hearing, starting with one public hearing listed tonight. It's a 2023 Village of Germantown budget and the 2022 tax levy. Give us more information on the budget as it stands and as it's being proposed and was published. We'll turn the meeting over to our budget director, Matthew.
Thank you. I just have a short presentation for the 2023 recommended budget. So the 2023 recommended budget really began back in June with a budget preview that was presented to the village board. During that preview, we presented the challenges that we will have with the 2023 budget and received strategic direction from the village board as it relates to tax levy and net new construction. Then in July through September, departments created their recommended budgets that were reviewed between departments and administration, and working collaboratively, we created a balanced budget. In September, the recommended budget was presented to the village board that included estimated tax levy, the budget themes, general fund highlights, as well as the impact on the average resident. In October, the village board reviewed departmental budgets at their committee of the whole meetings, made changes to the capital budget, and then moved the 2023 recommended budget to publication, which led us here tonight in November. The 2023 budget had several challenges, including holding operating costs to operating levy less net new construction with the TIDs. Part of those operating costs included inflationary costs such as gas and oil, general supplies and equipment, and salaries and benefits. With gas and oil alone, we increased those budgets by $50,000. In addition, we had to fully fund partially funded positions from the 2022 budget, including unfunded positions, police officers, and mechanics. In addition, one of the challenges for the 2023 budget was trying to address the needs for additional public safety staff. With challenges, though, come budget opportunities. One of them is the consistent village growth over the past 5 to 6 years. As you see, assessed value has increased every year since 2017, with a current assessed value of $2.9 billion. In addition, we are one of the few communities in Wisconsin who have had an average net new construction of 2% or higher over the last several years. The village also maintains a strong fund balance with the 2020 audited numbers at $8.3 million. Throughout the budget, several budget themes developed, including controlling the tax burden, investment in infrastructure, and employee-centric. The 2023 recommended budget has a general fund levy increase of 1.98% and does not include any new construction as relates to TID development. In addition, there is no anticipated borrowing in 2023 for the capital fund. The 2023 recommended budget does, however, have a debt service levy increase of $1.9 million. Over the last several years, the average resident has had a steady tax rate ranging between $16 and $17.50. On the chart before you is the combined tax rates between all taxing jurisdictions, the school district, the village, the county, and MATC. In addition, household income dedicated to levy has hovered between 2 and 1.75% over the last several years. The 2023 budget invests heavily in infrastructure for the village, allocating over $2 million available for road improvements, $40 million for new DPW building, as well as $3 million for water and sewer projects. In addition, a 2% performance adjustment is available for employees. We fully funded the police officer and mechanic from the 2022 budget and added 2 part-time community development staff. Looking at revenues for the 2023 budget, you can see a breakdown on the right of the overall revenues for the village, mostly supported by property taxes. In addition, park and recreation fees are projected to increase about 10% over the 2022 adopted budget. Intergovernmental revenues remain flat for state shared revenue and state transportation aid, and there's a slight decrease in projected community development revenue. As mentioned previously, the budget drivers for expenses were inflationary costs such as gas and oil and operating supplies and expenses. In addition, as mentioned previously, we had to fully fund the police officer and mechanic positions. On the right, you'll see a breakdown of expenses by department, with the majority coming from public safety departments of police and fire. The new graph shows the breakdown by expense category, including salaries and wages, fringe benefits, operating supplies and expenses, and general fund capital items. The overall 2023 recommended budget increases the total tax levy by about $2.1 million or 15%. In 2022, a $325,000 home paid a village tax rate of $4.90, or a total of $1,593 in village taxes. In 2023, a $325,000 home will pay a tax rate of $5.60, or $1,820 in village property taxes. This will leave the average taxpayer will pay an additional $227 in village property taxes under the current 2023 recommended budget.
What's that? Okay, thank you. Then we will open tonight's public hearing on November 21st, 2022 for the 2023 proposed budget summary of the general fund as required by section 665-90 subsection 3 of the state statute. Residents and taxpayers of the village of Germantown, please note that a public hearing on the proposed 2023 budget will be held after 7 p.m. on November 21st at the Germantown Village Hall located on Mequon Road in Germantown. This is a proposed budget. The final levy amount may increase or decrease depending on the majority vote of the board members at the meeting. The Village of Germantown's detailed 2023 proposed budget is available for public inspection at the Germantown Hall Village Clerk's Desk, and the office hours are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and also available online at the village website. So if there is anyone within our audience that would wish to come forward to speak for or against the 2023 village proposed budget or the 2022 tax levy, you're welcome to do so at this time. All I would ask is you come to the podium and state your name and your address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to come forward to do so?
Good evening. Scott Heffley, W159N10514, Old Farm Road, Germantown. So read over everything, reviewed as much as I could, and you have a resolutions before you where I'll start with the whereas that you're looking at later. Whereas the Village Germantown Village Board has carefully examined the proposed budget and supporting information, found them to be true and correct, to properly represent the income anticipated and required expenditures of the village, and all funds and departments are set forth in the budget. Okay. I think I've been up here enough to tell you that I don't believe that's the case, but I'm not a village board trustee, but let me share a few things with you. Okay. So I am pretty good at reading financial statements. I have a long background of doing that. This is difficult for me to read, not to understand, but to read. And hopefully the move to Tyler Munis will help that, because I can't blame anybody up here for thinking this is confusing, because it is. On top of that, we have numbers projected in the budget, which are based on reality. I'm not sure. Some sort of guess. I'm not sure. There's a few I just brought because I'm allowed to cherry pick. Where you're not, you got to consider everything. So let's look at capital projects fund. I'll just throw numbers out there. 15,000 budget in 22, $738, not 15,000 projected at the end of 22. So we budget 15,000 again. You are not going to make $15,000 on your investments for temporary funds. You haven't made it yet. I don't care that interest rates are going up. Short-term funds are not expensive. You're not going to make 15 grand. Why keep putting numbers in a budget that are unrealistic? You could use it as a plug. You can use it as the balance. It's not realistic. You got to use realistic numbers when you budget. You guys work in the private sector. Realistic numbers are what are used. And I understand this is difficult stuff. You know, I mean, you got to make hard decisions. Okay. I'll throw another one out there. 2022 budget, 60,000 for legal services. 2023 requested budget, 60,000. Actual legal services this year, 27,000. So you can keep putting 60 out there. That just gives that department or that person the license to spend 60. Let's make it 60. So I would suggest having more realistic. You know, I brought up earlier the idea I got from, a CFO that I know that knows what he's talking about. How about an average? How about a 2-year budget cycle? Anything, because you can throw whatever numbers you want out there and then use capital budget borrowing, not this year because we did a big general obligation issue, but you can borrow all you want to make things balanced. That doesn't make the village any stronger. Okay, that's just an opinion I have, just looking at this objectively. So we all know water utilities near and dear to my heart, and we know why. I'm on the Utility Advisory Committee, right, guys? So when I see we budgeted, and again, if these numbers are wrong, that's what out there for me to look at. We budgeted a $755,000 loss in the water utility for 2022. This is the numbers I pulled off, whatever information we're allowed to have. 2022 projected 0. Next year, 2023 requested budget, negative $1,465,491. These are numbers I took off information that are given to me, okay? Yet we had an 83% increase in water, and I was told that that will balance itself out by the end of next year. I don't believe it, I'm sorry. So you can put whatever numbers you want in the budget, but I don't think they're realistic. So when are we going to do realistic budgeting is my question. And I'm not blaming anyone up here, any village trustee, okay? I'm not blaming the village administration people. I'm just saying, if you're not hitting those numbers or you're exceeding those numbers dramatically, you have to make changes. And it doesn't matter. If you guys just vote for this, hey, it's fine, we'll figure it out, we'll do it. I'm going to be back here next year saying, you know, why do we budget $90,000 for overtime for police when it's 210? Okay. And I'll be told, well, we had to make the balanced budget zero balance for that department. So if we gave them what they've been using, then we take it away from other places. And the last thing I'll say is, all of you people work in the private sector that I know, this kind of budgeting would never be allowed in the private sector. And I understand it's different. There's taxpayer revenues, but this would not fly. If this was presented to you and you were a board of directors in a corporation, you would say, you would send it back and tell your CFO, get your people to crunch these numbers and have them make sense. Because if we're going to make up for whatever's in here by borrowing or taking out 20-year bonds this year and then continuing to borrow next year, you're just borrowing to fill up a structural deficit. That's what it looks like to me. Like I've said before, if I'm wrong, show me or tell me that I'm wrong and tell me why I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the proposed 2023 budget or the 2022 tax levy?
Melanie Smythe, N140W17938, Cedar Lane. I'm pretty pleased that the board is very concerned about taxpayer costs, and I'm actually pretty delighted at the level of inquiry into Ms. Rydell's basement construction, and I hope that this same level of scrutiny will occur on this budget. The only question I have about Ms. Rydell's basement is why wasn't that handled not at a village board meeting? That could have been a whole conversation, not publicly. So on to this. Our debt has jumped up significantly with the DPW project this year. We all know that. And not to say that it's not needed, and it's something that's going to be good in the long run. But at the same time, housing has been losing value, and there was a report on that yesterday, I believe, showing that in the last 9 months, housing values are going down. Projections are that there's going to be a nasty recession next year. Inflation is up. Our Thanksgiving this year apparently is 20% higher than it was last year. And if things do occur where the housing values do go down and people start losing jobs, or if they're even on a fixed income and more layoffs are occurring, then people are going to start asking for adjustments on their assessed values. And they'll need to find some way to pay their bills. So I think that we should take that into consideration. And one way of making sure that we do not lose revenues is by not tying money up into TIDs. And therefore, I think that the issue related to the budget is the amended lines of TID 9, which I don't think we should do, for the same reason that we can't fund public safety as it is today. Public safety is job one. All available revenues should remain available. From what I can tell, no time has been spent since the last village board meeting to reduce or investigate costs in the same way that we are now asking for Ms. Rydell's basement to be looked at. There were many times in the cow meetings when we were told, no, you have to wait till everything has been presented and then we can look into the numbers. Well, when does that time come? There were areas that were suggested that could be lowered, but again, it was put off. You can't expect us, the taxpayers and funders of this village, to accept a bad budget, which I believe this is, increases in utilities and taxes, and the upcoming in a few years, more taxes because of the various TIDs and the DPW, when we have seen that 45 million bonds are going to increase all of these things. It's already turning out to be a rough economy in the near future. 15% won't fly, especially since you haven't taken the time to review everything, pull it apart, look at it. It's a bad budget. It needs to go back. Whether it's the insurance company or somebody else, they need to look at it, then bring it back. So vote no on the budget as it is today. Vote no to amend the TID boundaries because we need available revenues. Vote no to raising taxes. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the 2023 proposed budget or the 2022 tax levy? Anyone online? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward to speak for or against? One last time, is there anyone wishing to come forward to speak for or against? And this public hearing is now closed. Takes care of all public hearings on tonight's agenda. That then takes us to new business, starting with new business item A, Resolution 39-2022, which is a resolution approving the 2023 village budget. Board?
Make a motion to approve resolution number 39-2022 as presented.
Motion made. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Pieper.
Looking at how much the taxes are going to go up for our residents, yeah, there's a portion for the village of Germantown that it's going to go up. But there's also another big portion for Washington County that they're raising their taxes. The school board actually lowered theirs, and the technical college lowered theirs. And the two biggest chunks, which are Washington County and the village of Germantown, are both going up. I mean, I just think it's going to hurt our residents that are already hurting financially, and I think we need to trim it. I don't really have any suggestions right now of where to trim it. I have ideas, but I think we need to get it down.
Further discussion. Trustee Chan Miller.
I'm in agreement with Trustee Pieper. We need to trim this. And I'd like to go, Matt, I'd like to go back to a slide where you had the things on the left, not the housing, about, no, it's one back, not the budget drivers, the here, this one. Park and recreation, kids clubs, other programs, those are the revenue. Okay. And this might not be it. Can you go back? Expenditures, it must be an expenditure.
In expenditures, yeah.
Yeah. Not the revenue. Not this one.
Okay. Keep going.
One more. Sorry, I didn't memorize the number.
That is okay.
Yes.
Oh, that was it.
That was it.
Sorry.
So here, okay. So employee centric, 2% performance adjustment That's the goal. Uh, 2022 positions funded. So we did a police officer and a mechanic, and you have community development staff. What is that?
Those were the two part-time community development staff that are recommended in the 2023 budget. That is the code enforcement officer as well as the community development intern.
We didn't approve that, though.
Correct. It's currently in the 2023 budget and it was presented during the community development budget.
There were 3 positions. There were 3 or 4.
There was only 2 community development positions.
Oh.
The other 2 are the police
Intern.
officer and the mechanic are left over from what we had added in the 2022 budget, and that it wasn't really funded because we had used some reserves in order to start that salary, and then it had to be put into this budget in order to continue on with it. So we kind of floated it last year, those positions, and this year we're paying for it.
I agree with police officer and mechanic, but I don't agree with the community development staff. I thought there were 3 positions for $30,000 each.
No, it was a code enforcement officer budgeted at 20,000 and an intern budgeted at 18,000.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I'm trying to find money for police officers and fire paramedics. Did I say that right?
Yep, if you're looking to add to the fire department, in most cases, they would want either somebody that has a degree in firefighting, and in most cases, they double up having a paramedic or an EMS, EMT certification.
Right, right. But we also said in our last meeting, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we would not be taking any action on the, what do you call it? Rollover monies? What do you?
Correct.
Carryover,
Right,
thank
until
you.
it's audited, that's correct.
Right,
And
right.
in some cases, you're talking about additional revenues that at this time don't have an audited number to them, or if there's, it becomes more of how did we end up in 2022? Was it in a plus, or was it in a balanced, or was it at a minus? And without an audit, we can kind of project where we think we are, but the audit then confirms.
Right, but we don't have the 2021 audited.
Village administrator.
I could, and maybe, I'm sorry, I had my microphone off. If I could just talk a little bit about process and what's before the board here tonight and what's not. So there's a series of resolutions here that are necessary to adopt the budget, and from a process perspective, most importantly, to get the information to Washington County that they need to get in order to produce property tax bills and to get those out to residents in a timely manner. So there's nothing that's before you in these resolutions that's related to 2021 surplus or the audit. None of that is before you. All that's before you is adopting the 2022 budget and the property tax levy. So it is imperative. There isn't time to delay this for another 2 weeks or all of that, if that would result in a delay in the property tax bills, which is a significant issue because there are a lot of residents who are, want to be able to pay these before the end of the year. So we are kind of at a point where action is needed. So if I could suggest that if there are things that the trustees would like taken out of the budget or things that they would like put into the budget, there's a resolution that's before you right now, and you could make a motion to amend the resolution to make whatever changes that you would like to see made to the budget. And then hopefully by the end of the night, there's an adopted budget.
So Trustee Miller, if you don't care for the 2 positions of the community development staff, then you could make a motion to have those removed.
Okay, but may I ask a question here? You've got public hearings, okay, resolution Levy taxes, okay. So it's 39, 2022. Yes. I'll make a motion to pull the two community staff positions, one for 18,000, one for 20,000. Are those correct numbers?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Motion made to amend the resolution to remove the two recommended community development staff members at those salaries that were discussed. Do we have a second to that motion? Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Hudson.
What's the effect on the numbers, Matt?
It would decrease expenses, general fund expenses by 35,000 as 3,000 of the 18 was allocated to the TIDs.
It's about 0.25 reduction in the levy.
So,
That-
so the net to our residents would be what on a $325,000 home, please? I only ask these detailed questions because I know you're this good, Matt.
Yep. Let me just do some quick math for you. Boy.
And the battery went out.
One second, I have to pull up the Excel sheet for myself.
You calculated in your head.
I'm surprised he needs a computer to do this, yeah. It's very disappointing.
I don't think I calculated the tax rate in my head. That's
well,
it's a little more complicated.
Here we thought we had a budget director.
It'd be less than 5 cents, probably a penny. But I can confirm.
Well, there's a difference between a penny and a nickel. Just saying.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Trustee Hudson.
Thank you, Matt.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. No further discussion? Am I gonna do roll call for that? Oh, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion passes. Oh, it is 4 to 4. Motion fails then. Sorry. I forgot trustee Kaminsky wasn't here. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Motion fails. Back to the motion. Further discussion. The resolution motion, right, there's no amendment, so the amendment failed. I have a question. Let me ask mine first and then I'll get to you. It's been brought to us that, of course, we've got a certain amount in for police and fire overtime, and that if you look at current projections, which are correct, they're over what last year was projected. Some of the discussions that we had about adding police and fire people to our staffing was that if we added them, would it totally remove the overtime? If you had $180,000 in overtime, or call it $200,000, isn't that really just 2 police officers, or is that really just 2 fire personnel? And I don't think it's a direct correlation, but I can't speak to that as well as somebody that deals with it every day. So I would ask that question to one of our chiefs, and I see Chief Snow here. I didn't see Chief Delane. Oh, he's there. Oh, it's the hat. That's what's throwing me. But can you speak to the overtime as it's being projected versus what its reality is, and what changes and what does it cover, and if we would, and it isn't a direct correlation, so that if you would add people, would it remove it so that next year you'd only have $20,000?
And the answer, you don't want to hear it. It's super hard to predict. If you look at our numbers, I brought overtime sheets to the last public safety. You go back 2017, 18, 19, we did not have a lot in the way of overtime. Part of it was officers taking more time to comp than they were to pay. That has changed over the last couple of years. The other issue was the staff in we had over the last year and a half, where we had numerous retirements. An officer that went to the county that just left our department, a lot of unanticipated vacancies in our staffing. That's hard to predict year in and year out. I know that we're we're going to see one retirement at the end of this year for sure. I don't know what I'll see next year. I do know that we have 3 of our officers that just went solo patrol at the end of this month. We're still looking to hire now with that retirement, and still trying to fill that extra position that we've never filled so far this year. So we still have 2 bodies to fill. We have 2 bodies to bring us up to our minimum staffing levels so that we're at full staffing. When that happens, I do anticipate that's going to alleviate a lot of the overtime. But again, it's hard for me to predict who else is retiring. There's several other officers that will be eligible. It's hard for me to predict if anyone else is going to leave in the day of lateral transfers. We're seeing officers move around more than we have any time that I've been a law enforcement officer. Very, very hard to predict.
So if you're only projecting, let's say it's 90,000 and right now it's showing almost twice that, where does that come from then? Where does the difference come from?
So we have minimum staffing levels that we must maintain. So when we were down those positions, we tried to fill the lieutenant's positions that were vacated through promotions, which left vacancies on the road that had to be filled with overtime. So as we went, we were never at full staff this year. We were never even close to it. Also consider when we hire someone, it's not a matter of them just going to work solo patrol. Many cases, we're sending them now to the police academy, and we're also, once they're done with the police academy, or even if they don't need the police academy, they're going through 15 weeks of field training before they're eligible for solo patrol. That is to say, during that time that they are hired, we're still filling those positions with overtime because they do not count toward the minimum staffing levels.
Okay. Chief Delane, when we're adding people to the fire department, in most cases, from the time that I've been on the board, I think I quickly learned or did learn that it is not possible to add it in a single employee. In most cases, it has to be within several in order to cover equipment and or shifts.
So our problem is a little bit twofold this year. One problem is that we've had a vacant battalion chief position since March, that we were not able to get an eligibility list together from the Police and Fire Commission. We were instructed to come back between 6 months and a year to see if we could run our process again to find an eligible battalion chief. So that position has been being filled by fill-in people from the department at mostly overtime, in addition to the stipend that they utilize for the bump up to be an acting battalion chief. In addition to that, our staffing is such so that anytime someone takes a day off, it has to get refilled with somebody else. What we would do if we were allotted a person or a few people is we would put them, we have availability in our contract for a flex scheduled person, and we would assign that person more than likely to our day shift. Kind of like we used to do before we were staffed 24 hours a day. That is the period of time during the day, a period of time during a 24-hour period when we have the hardest time getting our paid on premise members into work. So we would alleviate some of the overtime, filling a full-time position in a spot where we typically cannot find a paid on premise to work, and then revisiting our battalion chief position.
Okay, thank you. Quick question for the budget manager. So currently we're adding how much percent to the levy? 2 point something?
General fund levy?
Yes.
1.98%.
1.98% to that levy. If it had to go down to zero, how much money is that?
$209,000.
$209,000. How much is roughly the addition of, I'm not going to say entry level, but staffing to the fire department? What is base salary starting out? What kind of number do we have to cover? Is it 80?
I think salary and benefit is around 90.
Okay, 90,000 per person. And for the police department, is it the same or less?
Last time I did the calculation, it was around 105,000.
105,000 per person. So if you're looking to control taxes and not have an increase, you need to reduce this budget by 209,000. If you're looking to add people, you have to reduce it and still be zero, then you have to reduce it plus 90 plus 105 in order to add those people. So you're almost getting up into the $500,000 or $500,000 of reduction, or actually in addition to reduction to get to zero. So, you know, you'd have to cut out almost $500,000 to get to zero and add just 2 people. Just putting the thought out there so that as you think about, you know, we did reduce the staff of, or we did make a motion and it failed to reduce the community development staff. That was only a total of 50,000?
35,000.
35,000. That was 0.25 or 0.15 to the levy, pennies.
It would have saved the average taxpayer $2.60.
Okay. So that's your goal. If that's your goal, and if that's the goal of the board, then those are the numbers you need to think about. Trustee Hudson.
How much money do we have budgeted for road work next year? 2023. Exclusive
Out of borrowing or general fund?
of the unspent carryover from this year. So
That's,
the unspent carryover is approximately 632,000. Is that not correct?
I have the unspent carryover for asphalt paving as 500,000, 1 million coming from general fund reserves for 2023, and then there's $750,000 allocated out of ARPA for road projects.
correct. Meaning that we would normally go out for the borrowing and now we're just taking it out of the reserves, right?
So that's approximately $2.2 million for next year
Correct.
for roads.
Correct.
I'd like to make a motion to remove $200,000 from that in addition to defunding the intern.
Go, okay, that is your motion? We can get to the details in discussion. That is your motion to amend?
Seconded for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, trustee Pieper.
No, I didn't raise my hand. I just
I
seconded.
know, but you seconded it for discussion. Usually that person has that discussion.
I know.
But if you'd
they
rather
speak
pass
about
that,
it, But I'd rather speak it, please,
Okay.
or pass it.
trustee Ballmer, did you have your hand up?
I wanted clarification on what.
So I am not funding the intern position for $18,000.
Voted it down.
Community development.
Yep. And I am not spending $200,000 out of the ARPA funds.
Oh, that's different. That doesn't affect the levy.
1 million does, right?
No.
No, nothing in the capital fund, Fund 40 for 2023 will affect.
You'd have to
the
take
levy.
out the road repair item, budget item, in order to affect the levy. And add to it to fund police officers. You're taking it out of items that were really not on the agenda for us to approve or disapprove tonight. We're just dealing with the general fund levy.
Thank you.
You're
Sorry.
welcome. There's a motion. So if we wanted to do it, where could it come from? Out of general fund?
$200,000
Yeah.
of the general fund.
I think. Hold on. Hold on. Where could it come from? Let's go there first and then you can.
It would not be my recommendation, but the most logical place would to do it from the capital items.
But if he's looking at it strictly from road repair, where would it come? Where would it come?
It would come from.
Because that's his motion.
There's $350,000 allocated in the general fund for asphalt paving projects. I would ask that Larry speak to more on what that fund does. I believe.
Does
it's for
coating
coating
and crack sealing.
I won't take it from there.
Well, okay. Do you rescind your motion?
I have to, yes.
Okay. Motion rescinded. Further discussion on the motion to approve Resolution 39-2022. Trustee Chan Miller.
Where else can we take 200,000? from
Consult.
Consult. I'm not giving up.
I feel like I'm in the middle of something here.
That's because they're talking about taking it from their attorney's fees. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that'll be 75,000. Can't, question, can we move some of the 2.2 million and put it into the recoat? Can you switch funds like that?
You could, but not as part of, you could earmark it for later discussion when we talk about that.
Okay.
But if you're looking, and then if the goal is to remove, and so I understand it correctly, if the goal of the motions currently is to look for a place where $200,000 can be taken, it would have to be from somewhere that they're looking at from the general fund, and then it would have to be designated, if you're looking to designate it to public safety, just know that it keeps the levy at the current increase of what you're just trading. So you're not reducing the levy, you're adding staff. Go ahead.
I actually received an email. Phil Costin from Ellers is online for the TID 9 discussion a little bit later on in the agenda. As you all are aware, last Thursday we had the bond sale. And based on the results of the bond sale, they did recalculate the debt service levy, and the general fund debt service levy can go down by $200,000 from what is included in the resolutions that are before you tonight. So that is good news. It's on the debt service side, so it is not money that's available to fund public safety positions, but that is a decrease in the levy that's equivalent to the entire increase on the operating budget.
And that's because of our good bond rating and the number of bids that we received.
So do we need to change motion?
To make that change, that would,
There's no motion currently. I mean, the only motion we have is to approve Resolution 39-2022. He's rescinded his motion to amend.
Oh.
So
Should we
then
make
you were
another?
recognized next as part of the discussion of the original motion.
Yeah.
So you could designate what has been stated to be used to reduce the levy, because we can't use it to fund officers. So what that would then do would be a zero increase budget.
And excuse me, just real quickly, and that would be a change to item B, that the debt service levy is under item B, not under item A.
So that would, we'd bring it up at that point. Thank you for clarification. So it'd be an item B item.
But what about the community money, the 18,000? We might need that for a buffer.
Right, but we need another motion to do that because that was part of Mr. Trustee Hudson's motion and then he rescinded it.
Okay. So in A, we cannot use 200 plus the 18,000 on the
No,
community?
we can't
Okay.
use it to,
Only
as part of staffing. We can only use it in item B because it becomes from debt service.
Debt service,
So we can only use it in item B to reduce the levy so it'd be zero increase instead of the 2.1.9, I call it 1.98.
Question, Matt, before I amend this, is the 200,000 enough for the fire and the police, 90 and 105? Is that what you're thinking? No?
And again, on the
I
debt
know it's
service
for the
levy
big
is separate from.
I understand.
I'm sorry.
It's a question.
Yes, 200,000 would fund one police officer and one firefighter.
Okay. Chief Snow, Chief Delin, is that enough?
To start. Are you going to say no?
I am not going to say no. That would be a start.
That would be a start. Okay. Chief Delin?
Same thing.
Okay. What haven't we thought about?
Okay. Further discussion, trustee Peeper.
Attorney Sajak, is it possible to take B, or to table new business item A and just take item B?
No, you have to complete A first because that's going to set your general fund levy. That's part of item B.
Okay. So President Walter, help me out here.
Sure.
What motion do I need to make the levy at 0?
You would, at the time that item B is proposed, you would ask,
I understand that, but
you would ask for the $2 million that was, I'm not going to say saved, but because of the bond issue being $2 million less, that $2 million in debt service can be applied to the levy in item B to make it 0 increase.
okay. So
That
we
would be
just
the
need-
motion at that time. You would first make a motion to approve that resolution, and then you'd make a motion to amend it to add those items, or you could make it all in one motion.
So we just need to get through new business item A and get to B, and then we can 0 it out.
You got it. Because as Attorney Sajak said, any other changes to item A may also impact the levy. Plus or minus. If you're looking to add staff, you need to find a place for $200,000 to be removed.
And how much is the intern? 35?
18.
The intern was
18?
Correct. The intern was 18 and the code enforcement officer was 20.
It's 38.
So 38.
If I
know you're chomping on the bit.
No, I'm trying to think of the other option that is available to the board, and I don't expect this to be a popular one. You do have room under the levy limits. I believe it's an additional 40.
Just shy, 37. and
$37,000, where you could increase the levy under levy limits by an additional $37,000. The direction of the board as we prepared the budget was to take the TID revenue out, the TID property taxes out, and we did that. But you are not required to do that. You could use that $37,000 to fund whatever you feel is a priority in the 2023 budget.
But you'd be adding to the levy then.
You would be adding to the levy, and that the $225 on that household would go up by probably another $3 or $4.
I like, and this is just my statement, I like the idea that based on the sale of the bonds for the Public Works building, that we can use that benefit to bring that increase down to 0. I like that because there's, like you said, the school board is at no increase. The county's at a minimal increase, and I don't think there's any increase coming from the technical college, MATC.
They actually went down. School board went down too.
So with that, I like to, for the village to also, but that's a discussion for item B right now. If you're looking, again, you're looking for a way to add staff to public safety. I think we know what our goal is, and you just need to find that line item that does it. If you don't want to take the avenue that's been presented by the village administrator, trustee Peeper.
Can you list the capital projects that, just quickly go through them?
New capital projects for 23?
Yeah.
Yes. Fire station, interior flooring, Bay Area epoxy, fire co-building, water plumbing, well abandonment, old fireman shelter, new water service, take off library condenser. For the police department, 2 squad cars for 120,000, defibrillators for 24,000. For the fire department, a firefighting water tender for 515,000. Fuel tank for station 2, 40,000. Fire extinguisher training prop, 20,000.
The 500,000, that's out of capital, right? Not out of general fund.
Correct. Are you referring to the capital fund or general fund?
General fund
Oh, I'm
capital.
sorry. I apologize. Don't have those all listed, but the majority are in DPW, so I'll scroll down that way.
If you could please just, after you're done looking that up, email me the most latest budget spreadsheet.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I just gotta find, I think I'd be quicker at getting through departments, but I'm. I'm starting with buildings and grounds. So for
Capital.
General capital.
So for buildings and grounds, capital, general fund capital, there's employee restroom tile here at Village Hall for 9,000. At the police department, there's employee restroom tile 9,000, as well as garage and man door structural repairs for another 9,000. At the fire station, there's a replacement of 3 single exterior doors for 18,000. At Fire Co building, there's exterior painting for 5,000. And at the library, there's exterior bollard replacement for 15,000.
What is that at the library?
Bollard.
Exterior bollard replacement.
Oh. So that's building and grounds.
Correct. Under engineering, there's 10,000 for miscellaneous drainage improvements. Under highway, there is a shouldering disc for 15,000, sawbuck barricades for 6,000, and maintenance shop toolboxes for 10,000.
Okay.
It's a lot of line items.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna make a motion to amend new business item A and take out the following. The tiling of the bathroom at Village Hall, the police bathroom remodel, the toolboxes, and also the 2 staff members for 18,000 and 20,000, the interns.
What is that total?
I'm adding it up right now. So 18,000 plus 20,000 plus 19,000 plus 9,000 plus 10,000. Let's see.
Yeah, about 1.
And I almost got it.
May cover 1.5 positions or 1 1/4 there.
That totals 76,000,
So that's not even 1.
but we're almost to 1 now, aren't we?
Well, let's look at it this way. And this is just from past history and my experience being on it. As we had said in earlier meetings, in order to make any big swings, you gotta move big dollars. 10,000, 15,000 here and there, and it all adds up, and I understand that. What you're starting to get into though is you're starting to remove the ability and take away some of the things that help people do their job better. Toolboxes. I don't know what toolboxes look like, but if somebody's saying they need them, I haven't heard anything about toolboxes for probably the last 3-4 budgets. I'm thinking that they probably are needed. Am I going to make somebody on the floor's job harder because they don't have the toolbox or the ability to organize their tools to make them do their job better? No, I'm not going to do that. But what I can do is I can look at things that have high value to them, which would be in most cases road repair. I don't like to move, and this is an opinion, I don't like to take away too much equipment. Sometimes it's necessary, but you end up paying for it later on in the 2 or 3 years when you have to pay for that same piece of equipment, but at a higher value. So it comes back and kind of bites you a little bit. But what we have available is that we have, in the last couple meetings, we were talking about the amount of monies that we have in overages and what we've designated through ARPA funds, and what we're borrowing for are actually coming out of our reserves for road repair. And the question became, can you even spend that in a year? Can you have that many projects covered? And the answer, of course, Larry, is he says yes, he thinks he can. Yet we do carry every year about $200,000 to $300,000 of the last year's borrowing, which is kind of an aggravant to me. what you could do is you could take the 200,000 out of your road repair general fund line item, knowing that at the time that you have the discussion for these other monies of ARPA, call it additional revenues unforeseen, or, if we come in at a plus once the audit's done, and what you're already carrying over, and designate it back to that general fund. Those are bigger numbers. They're not making somebody's job harder, but you're just reshuffling what you already have to help cover it. You're not really taking it away from road repair or saying we're going to be doing, we're underfunding road repair. We know we're going to place it back in through other means, and that's just my opinion.
I understand. So I rescind my motion, and I now am making a new motion to remove 200,000 from road repair. And I would like the public to hear me. This is not directly taking it away from the roads. It's the carryover of the funds that happens usually from year to year for the roads, because there's not enough time in the year. And I would like to take that 200,000 and fund one new police officer and one new firefighter.
Motion made and seconded, motion made to amend and seconded. Discussion.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You can.
Are you talking about the $200,000 from the line item in highways?
Yes.
So that is the seal coating and the crack filling.
Correct, knowing that it's going to be designated from other funds that are designated for roads. We had almost $700,000 or
750.
750 in addition, plus what we're doing for the $1.5 million coming out of the reserves. And then ARPA was throwing another 200,000 or something at it. So the question became, can we get enough projects done, knowing that we're already carrying 200,000 to 300,000 from a previous year with all that designated to roads?
But those would be borrowed funds that where we had borrowed.
Not borrowed.
Roads. But no, but I know where we're
He's trying
taking
to
the
get clarification.
200,000. I'm trying to get clarification on where the money is coming from to replace the 200,000.
It could come from ARPA, or it could,
A one-time source. I don't mean to be argumentative, but I want to try to help think through this. It appears to me.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
You're replacing those funds with from
As a
one
temporary
time-
to
as a
the other.
temporary,
Yeah, I'd
and
like
we
to
will have a
hand the
budget
baton
issue.
over to trustee Miller here.
And I'll be quiet.
So I was thinking that same thing, that if this is in perpetuity, that we're dropping that fund $200,000, so we would still have $150,000 budgeted for 2023. That's line item 10, 541, 530, 3,500. However, then next year, it will be approximately the same. A little bit of an increase. So if everybody is okay with only carrying 150,000 in that account and moving that over, that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it becomes I forgot about this shell game. But we have a motion. Further discussion. I want input from Director Ratachik, please. Larry, your thoughts? You guys always sit in the back. You should sit in the front. You got to wait for you to walk up.
What's the question? There's a lot of discussion going on.
The question is, we're looking to try to fund a police and a fire department personnel, and from that, you're taking $200,000 out of your road repair general fund. That means that next year you'd be $200,000 down on it.
And
That's your crack ceiling and your asphalt.
Right, and that's the fund that was always in streets, that's moved over this year to engineering. I would do what we can with the 150,000, but like trustee Miller says, that's where it has to stay the following year unless there's more money coming from somewhere else to refund that account.
Right.
So I don't know why some of the road other money that couldn't be used to offset some of that if we needed 200,000 it's still road repairs.
It is for that year, but it wouldn't be for the following year because you're using either a general fund, you're using ARPA funds or you're using what you're taking out of reserves that instead of borrowing for it and just shifting it over there for this year, but next year it wouldn't be there.
So I'll say that, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, that account used to be at 500,000, wasn't it, for years? And then we reduced it down to 350 last year, this year, because you with your crack sealing and your extra repairs, we never really used the 500, took it to 350. And what I can say is we'll get done what we can with the 150,000. I mean, we were spending the 350 for seal coating and crack filling, and we'll have to reduce what we accomplish for maintenance.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor.
President,
Trustee Myers?
what about the money that's going to be transferred over from the county to us from Friestaff?
It's still a one-year thing.
What?
It's still only a one-year coverage though, Trustee Myers. That's not in, it would cover it for that year. It could be used for that year, but it won't be there the next year.
Just saying, if we took 200,000 from that,
Then you'd be floating a
I
position.
think it was close to 700,000 we were getting from them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's approximately 700,000. I think,
Plus, we get 63,000, Larry, also from the county for doing country air also.
We get refunded 63,000.
It's just money.
But that's not a continual annual income. That's a one-time deal.
and I think that there are things that can be done to fill the gap in for a year or 2 years, but there would not be a mechanism to put the crack filling and seal coating budget back up to $350,000 in future year budget. So maybe the question would be, if there's an ongoing reduction in crack filling and seal coating, what is the effect of that over time?
What? Police cars are on capital or general fund capital?
The police cars are in Fund 40 borrowing capital.
They're on borrowing, okay.
Although we are not borrowing in 2023.
Right,
Great job.
coming from reserves. Mr. Anderson?
Just gonna throw this out here, understand these are tough decisions that everybody's making. I think in the world of roads, seal coating is the cheapest, most effective way to prolong the life of a road. Been here 22 years, first several years, there were no road projects happening here in Germantown. So the fact that we've got a road program that's functioning and doing well, seal coating, tarring, we moved that money. Our crew will still tar, but the seal coating is a really, really inexpensive way to prolong the life of your road. So I don't know. I guess my feeling is that could be a dangerous road to go down, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My recommendation was short visioned, sorry.
Honestly, our roads are in such poor shape that, to me, seal coating some of these roads is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And I would honestly prefer that we don't seal coat it and just replace the road in the next year or two. Because some of the roads that I see have been seal coated, they should have been just flat out replaced. That's my opinion. So I'm willing to not have any road seal coated and have them just flat out replaced in the next year or two.
I don't know if I give it the floor already or whatever, but I guess I'll make my comment. Seal coating is very important in my mind. That's worth 7 years more before you have to touch that road, whatever you're going to do to it. What I was offering before was to take 200,000 from the 670,000, or whatever that amount is, just for that 1 year, and leave the seal coating the way it is at 350. I don't want to take it away from it. I was just trying to offer something, an alternative. We were trying to come up with 200,000, so.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Trustee Bone.
Chiefs currently funding you percent staffing.
Yeah. Well,
You get the staff, find the staff, hire the staff.
Got it.
Overtime.
It doesn't go away, but it will go down. Depending
It's unknown.
on the people, and it is unknown. I mean, even for my department, the people who come in from home on call, that is overtime for them.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's never gonna always go away.
further discussion on the motion to amend. No further discussion?
Read the motion back.
Keep the motion.
To what?
Read the motion back, please.
Sure. Can you read the motion back? What the motion is to amend?
We're amending to take 200,000 from the highways and streets. It's, Peeper made the motion, Baum second.
And that would be to fund an additional police and fire personnel.
Right.
That is a motion to amend.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you meant, right. Yeah.
Any further discussion on that?
Yes.
Trustee Nyrider.
Thank you. If we were to do that and to cut the budget by 200,000, does that bring us, at the current point, we're at 560. Does that bring us down to the 490? Get us in line where we were last year?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? What?
If we were to cut the $200,000, does that bring us down to the 490 versus the 560 that we were at?
No.
What does it bring us down to?
I mean, if you would just take that 200,000 out?
Yes.
It would take us down to 587,000. So we'd still have a levy increase roughly 10 to 12%. The majority of the levy increase for the 2023 budget is due to the debt service, not the general fund. The general fund only increases 209,000.
What does the tax rate go down to?
It'll go from, opening up the spreadsheet again. From $5.60 to $5.53. So about 7 cents per thousand.
Further discussion on a motion to amend? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Aye. Opposed, raise your hands. 4-4, motion fails. Back to the motion. Further discussion on the motion to approve Resolution 39-2022. I'll go with trustee Nyrider, then I'll go with trustee Peeper.
I guess what bothers me is that we're sitting here and doing this tonight. And when I looked at the budget process, and we had 3 workshops, to me, it would have made sense to come back one more time. And because I had no idea, I don't think any of us that night we left, October 19th, had any idea what the projected tax rate was going to be. because you couldn't figure it out that night. And I'm not criticizing you for doing that.
Because you still have state funding that comes in.
So instead, and again, we're sitting here without 2021 numbers, the reserve. And so that forces us tonight to come a month later, the night of the budget meeting. And then, of course, the administrator is telling us, that, and I know what you're saying is, we're up to a time delay right now. So we don't have a lot of opportunity here. So we're all trying to reach out here and find here, take here, whatever. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And to go through, and I agree, to go through and take 10,000 here and 5,000 here isn't going to make it. So I think it speaks that maybe we need to look at, again, the budget process and really look at it hard. But I really, and I know I emailed that, my concern to the two of you about that there wasn't an additional meeting, so that we could come back and say, okay, this is where we're at now. We could be doing all of this in a different type setting. Instead, now we're all under the gun.
Well, and I agree with that. And I don't mean to cut you off unless you had other things to add.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
The only thing that I would say is we did have some of these discussions. We were looking for ways to add a fire and police, and we ran into the same issues. We ran into the same because the budget is that tight. And unless you want to increase a levy, which we're trying to hold taxes down, we're trying to hold costs down because we know of inflation for the residents. We know costs are going up in all other areas, including, what was done with the water utility. So with that, we're trying to hold a minimum increase to our levy, whatever possible. Lucky for us, there was a windfall in regards to the borrowing for the Department of Public Works building, which helps to take that, that 200,000 and apply it so that it's not as much of an increase as it is being currently projected. But it is difficult right now. But I think what we're also hearing is we have openings out there right now we can't even fill. So if we would say, okay, here's 2 more positions, is it just 2 more positions that can't be filled? And now we're looking for 2 instead of 1. I mean, they want a whole year. You want a whole year and you didn't fill a position. You want a year and didn't fill a position. Some of it is police and fire. I understand what your discussion was, but those positions are open now and we're not filling them. Well, they're not funded because the money was put there in the budget, but it's not being used. It's being used in overtime. So it shows that it is tight, and then the only way that you're going to look at it is if you take away equipment or you take away services. What do you want to take away? I understand the need. I understand the purpose, I'm behind it. But you got to make some big number changes in order to fund them, and that means you got to take away equipment or services. We looked at road repair. That's a tough vote for me. I don't like to vote to take away road repair because that's what we hear a lot of. Fix our roads. So to be on the record of reducing our road repair budget, no, I don't want to be there. I don't agree with it. Just based on what the residents say to us on where it is currently and what we try to do with it. So I'm open to other areas of discussion. I think we could probably go another hour if we wanted to, but you got to look at some big numbers. And if that's what you want to do, this budget. Trustee Pieper.
Okay, we have, let's see, 440,000 in for a new patrol truck and truck carryover. So Chief Snow, the new patrol truck, could you get by another year without a new patrol truck?
The village board already made a commitment to that, and those trucks have been ordered. We did that back in January of this year.
Gotcha. Then the truck carryover for 200,000, what's that carryover?
It's all part, if you remember correctly, we were going to order 2 patrol trucks back in January. We hadn't been able to get patrol trucks last year. We carried over last year's money to this year. We had to make a commitment late last year, early this year. We didn't know the timing. And we came before the board and asked for permission to order 2 trucks when we only had funding for 1. So we've already made the commitment.
1,000 per truck?
Yeah, yes, maybe even, yes. Let's leave it at that for now.
Be even more?
We'll talk about that at a later date, I guess.
Borrowing.
The commitment was already made.
And that comes out of, well, it's coming out of our reserves, but that would be part of the capital borrowing
And
line item.
that was part of capital borrowing?
Right, you need to look in where you would want to take it from capital general fund or general fund capital projects or services. And we already had put together the 200,000 from the road and that failed. So you need either work with what you've got on your 38,000 and work it up, or find somewhere that you could get a 162,000. Tough. We went through this exercise a little bit during committee of the whole. And all we could come up with was either from, and you look at big numbers and you look at capital and borrowing, or you look at ARPA, and that's short-lived funding. It won't carry it till the next year. It's there once, and it really shouldn't be used for that, because then you'd have to find that money next year and you'd start in a hole. And we kind of did this year a little bit based on how we had to cover for the new police officer and for the Department of Public Works mechanic. We floated it until this year. And you saw what it did to our number. It took that much more away from us for this year to work with. Trustee Rick Miller.
So this, the public safety was discussed at our committee of the whole meetings, and I believe it was recommended to send it back to public safety and get a 5-year plan, or get a long-term plan together for this. And now we're trying to get a new officer and get a new firefighter, and I completely understand that. I would love to do that. But I think we decided at a committee of the whole to go back to public safety and let's get a plan together, not for 2023, but for the future, and do it that way. I've looked through this several times, and I don't see where we can pull 200,000.
Not without hurting something else, or pushing more costs down the road when you have to buy either that piece of equipment later, or refund that service area after it's not been serviced in 2023. And as Mr. Anderson had said when he first got on board, and that was the time of zero budget increases were very popular, and the way that the board chose to do it that time is they removed all funding from road repair for 5 years. And they patted themselves on the back and said, well, we got 0% increase in budget. Good job, boys. Well, look, it put us 5 years behind on all our road repairs. And they made those decisions back then for those reasons. So I'm not chiding that board for that, but you know, it all has impact one way or another. And it is difficult, but unless somebody else has got other amendments they'd like to bring forward, we can entertain those, or we can move forward. Right now, you still got, right now, the 38,000 is still in there, right, Matt?
Correct.
Because it failed in the last motion?
Correct.
No, we don't.
No. There's,
We didn't find the money because we were looking to get the money. So take it out of road repair.
No, but I thought from part B, $200,000 of the,
that is on the debt service side of the levy, so not operating
It
side.
can't be operating.
that's not
Right.
okay.
We do have open positions for one police and one fire that we're looking to fill. Further discussion? Trustee Pieper.
I'd like to make a motion to amend. One last try, guys, and then we can vote, I promise. I'd like to take out the village hall tiling for 9,000, the police bathroom for 19,000, and those two staffing positions for 18,000 and 20,000. And it all add up to 66,000. I'm not planning on doing anything with the money. I'm just wanting to take it out for now.
Okay, that's your motion. Motion made to amend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
What, could you repeat that, trustee Keeper? The, right.
$18,000
If I could just make one correction real quick, the bathroom tile at the police department is 9,000.
Yeah.
Correct.
No, there's something for 18.
That's
Correct. That line item is 9,000 for the restroom tile and 9,000 for garage and man door structural repairs. That line item has 18,000 in it, but it's for two separate projects at the police.
Oh, I see. But it was for the fire department, right?
This one is for the police department.
Oh, okay.
Chief Snow, how, what's up with the door? Does it absolutely need to be repaired? Whatever the other 9,000 is?
I thought the 9,000 was for the tile, which is in very bad shape. That's the kind of floor giving way in the men's restroom.
I know that, but I'm just figured where you're gonna get a whole new police station.
In 5 years.
Not 5 years. We're talking not 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then can we replace it with linoleum until you get a new police station?
I guess whatever works the best. I guess that's not my call real.
But then what was the door repair?
Was at the fire station.
There's two garage door repairs. There are garage door repairs at the police department. In the main garage, we've got a garage door and a structural beam that are starting to fail. And the garage door actually, if it's closed too quickly, it actually moves a little bit, gets out of kilter. So that money is to rebuild the steel structure, make sure the door is back in place and working, functioning properly.
And this is at the fire station?
This is at the police department.
Department.
We also have 3 doors being replaced at the fire station for $18,000. Again, those doors, the frames on those doors are swelling, which makes the door work difficult. You actually have to lean into 1 or 2 of them to get out, maybe all 3 of them. Oh, and it's a fire code violation.
We should talk to some firefighters about that code violation.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to slow down the trucks coming in and out of a
No,
fire station.
did you hear me comment on that? No. All right, guys, I'm out of ideas.
So but your motion is for 18 plus 38?
No, it was 18 for the intern, 20 for the code officer.
Right, and 9 and 9.
For the tiling at Village Hall, and I'd like to change the police bathroom. It was 9. I'd like to put it at 2,500, just so you can get some sort of floor in there that'll hold you over until you get a new police station.
That's your motion?
That's my motion. Yeah, I know it's gonna fail, guys. Let's just, come on,
Okay,
let's
go
keep
ahead.
going here.
Is that all right with the second as being restated? No, I thought Jan was the second. Okay, motion made to amend and seconded. Any discussion?
No, let's just vote.
I'm clearing my throat. I'm not.
Sure, go ahead.
Excuse me. Would you consider, instead of dropping it to 25, just leave it alone and go for the toolboxes? That's 10.
Who are the toolboxes for?
They're up here. Our mechanics are currently required to have their own tools here. There have been some concerns over the years with insurance and coverage, liability, the expense of those tools. Those are their personal tools. So the village is making an investment in our shop. We have 3 mechanics. I think we're funding, help me out, 2 of the 3. We were originally requesting 3 toolboxes. I think we were funding 2 in this budget. And again, we're just trying to make sure that the village shop can stand on its own 2 feet from a tool perspective. So that's toolboxes and the tools necessary.
If I could make one correction, the budget request was 3. We are funding 1.
Oh, sorry. Funding 1.
10,000 for, okay. What was the highway thing for 15? Yeah. The highway item for 15,000? What was that for? And then there were,
Yeah, that's a shouldering disc. This goes on the back of a tractor. We've got a John Deere tractor that we use to flail mow out in the rural areas. And we would take that equipment off and put a shouldering disc on. We used to rent a grader, took a lot of staff. We've been doing a mediocre job of shouldering over the last couple of years. And this is just it's actually kind of an inexpensive tool when you compare it to a grader. But it's going to get us really, really nice shoulders around town. And it's going to be a pretty efficient process. 1 or 2 guys instead of 3 or 4.
Motion to amend stands as stated.
Yes.
what about the highway shouldering? Sterling, instead of the 2,500, we need more money.
No, I'm good with, it's, the motion's gonna fail anyway, Jan, so there's really no point to amend it at this point.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Trustee Hudson.
Yeah, I'd be willing certainly to look at defunding an intern for $18,000, but some of this other stuff, tiling and restroom and the proper equipment to give our employees. So this speaks to what kind of village do we want to be? And I understand that we can probably do some of these things cheaper, but I don't want to I don't want to show a lack of appreciation to the police staff or the village hall employees by not properly repairing restrooms and not providing quality toolboxes for the guys for the people that work on the machines that make our village go. It's not just about how much we pay people. It's also about how we treat our employees. And I'm going to vote against this because I think that this sends the wrong message to our village employees. However, I would support a motion that gets rid of that intern. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Opposed, raise your hands.
Watch the whole board before.
Motion fails.
Come on.
Further discussion on the motion to approve Resolution 39-2022.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to defund the intern for $18,000.
Going after that intern. She's not even there yet.
That intern, that's right.
Why is it a girl?
And so
I said they're not even there yet.
You said she's not even here yet.
So the reason why I'm going after the intern is I don't believe that program was fleshed out and defined enough to support it for $18,000.
Okay. That's your motion to amend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Baum.
They were looking for who's second.
Trustee Myers.
That position is only part-time, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's worth $18,000.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Trustee Jan Miller.
We don't have an intern program, and I don't want to, I haven't seen any kind of job description or anything like that.
One in the engineering department.
We do use interns in several departments. We don't have, like some communities will have a formal internship program where they'll rotate people around departments and provide some additional training and support. And we don't have that. The intern positions that we have are generally, they're working positions, they're productive positions. It's an inexpensive way to get work done. This would be a master's level student, likely someone in an urban planning program or a public administration program who would be coming in and expected to, perform useful and meaningful work really from the beginning of the process.
I'm familiar with the internship program, and we don't have, I believe we don't have a formal one, and I hesitate continuing it until we do. That's my feeling.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, raise your hands. Motion carries. Back to the motion as amended. Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote. Can't believe we're done.
Sorry, which motion? I'm still trying to write to keep up here.
You're back to the original motion with the amendment of removing the intern.
Got it. All right, so Rick Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Baum, Trustee Hudson,
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Myers,
Aye.
Trustee Nyrather,
Nay.
Trustee Pieper,
No.
and President Walter.
Are you kidding me? Aye. Motion fails.
That passes?
Passes.
Oh, it does?
Voted aye.
Oh, I did.
Five.
I thought it was 4-4. I'm sorry. I miscounted.
Have 5 yeses and
All right, motion passes. Thank you. I was 4-4, sorry. Next item under new business is Resolution 40-2022, resolution approving the levy of property taxes for village purposes.
President Walter,
Yes, Trustee Miller.
I thought we were voting on the amendment for the intern. Can I rescind my vote, please?
You're making a motion to reconsider?
My vote, yes.
You're asking for reconsideration.
Reconsideration. Resolution 392022. She didn't say that. I thought it was for the,
No, we had voted on the amendment to remove the intern, and then we were back to the motion as amended. So you're saying that you want to reconsider your vote because you're in the majority? You want a reconsideration of the vote because you're in the majority?
because I don't want to vote for resolution 392022.
Village Attorney, first motion would be to reconsider, and if that motion passes, then we could go from there.
Right.
Thank you.
So you're
Reconsideration, please.
you're asking for a motion for reconsideration,
Yes.
okay? Motion made, it has to be in a majority.
Majority.
Okay, motion made and seconded, discussion. With your no vote, that makes it a tie, that means that it fails, so you're back to some other sort of motion or another round of discussion of what would be proposed as part of the approval of the 20 budget.
You still need to take a vote on.
I understand. So right now, the motion is to reconsider, so any other discussion on that motion? No other discussion? I want roll call vote on the motion to reconsider, please.
Motion to reconsider. Trustee Baum.
Your microphone's not on.
Trustee Hudson.
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Hey.
That was a nay?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Myers.
No.
Trustee Nyreither.
No.
Trustee Pieper.
Yes.
And President Walter.
No. Motion fails. Now, item B. Resolution 40-2022, resolution approving the levy of property taxes or for village purposes.
Motion to approve.
Motion as written, or do you want to add?
We got to talk about that other thing that was mentioned before about the 2 million, I believe. I think this is the appropriate time for that.
This is where it'd be the appropriate time for a motion to reduce the debt service levy by $200,000.
Correct.
My motion.
So your motion includes the reduction of $200,000 to the debt levy service, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so everybody understands. Discussion on that motion to approve.
I have Myers and Hudson.
They have names, David.
Oh, that's, I can't
That's
see
an
a lot
angel.
either,
Hudson
so-
didn't say anything.
No?
Baum. I thought.
Yeah, we're having a hard time to. figure-
Trustee Bone was the second.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
He's the younger looking man.
Trustee Nyrider.
Okay, a clarification on what we're voting on here.
We're voting on the tax levy as it was proposed, and then we're taking the savings that was realized as part of the debt service on the bond sale for the Department of Public Works.
Right. And that,
And applying it to the levy.
and that reduces the levy to 554 or something, am I correct?
Director. What does that reduce the levy to then?
The total levy would be $15,587,846.
Okay, and what tax rate does that give that?
If I could just add a quick clarification, you didn't include the intern being removed.
I'm sorry,
The
the
total,
intern.
the total levy would be $15,572,846. It could take me a second to get the tax levy estimate.
Further discussion on that motion? And you do have the floor still, Trustee Nyrider.
So that's the only thing that is affecting the proposed levy that we came into this evening then?
Minus the 18,000 for the intern, correct?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
While he's figuring out the percentage, anybody have any other discussion on that motion? Trustee Jan Miller.
Does that, is the 200,000, can it be used for?
2 million.
2 million, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's 200,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, 200,000. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
Okay, 200,000. Is that earmarked for police and fire at all?
No, it cannot. It can only be used to reduce the levy.
It was
All
the
right.
debt service levy. It was not the
All right.
general fund levy.
All right,
The estimated
try.
mill rate will be about $5.53.
Okay.
Coming down from what?
$5.60.
And the
Okay.
new levy amount again?
$15,572,846.
Thank you.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers.
Aye.
Trustee Baum.
Aye.
Trustee Hudson.
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Nyreither.
No.
Trustee Pieper.
No.
President Walter.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item under new business is item C. Resolution 41-2022, authorizing the placement of special charges on the 2022 tax roll against certain properties.
Motion to approve 41-2022.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Explanation?
It's assessment.
Yeah, this is the third resolution that's necessary to calculate property tax bills, but this is authorization to take, for example, delinquent water, sewer bills, special assessments, any other miscellaneous charges that are outstanding and place those on the property tax bills that go out in December.
Thank you.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Baum.
Aye.
Trustee Hudson. Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Nyrider.
Aye.
Trustee Pieper.
No.
President Walter.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item is new business item D, Resolution 42-2022, resolution approving an amendment to the project plan and boundaries of Tax Incremental District Number 9. With us tonight, we have representation from Ehlers. Mr. Phil Cosson is joining us via WebEx.
Thank you.
Also, our associate planner, Emily Zant, to give us more information. Get that dog off the screen.
Okay, so TID 9 was created earlier this year. The purpose of the TID was to provide infrastructure financing necessary to support the creation of a new industrial district in the southeast corner of the village and the public infrastructure needed for the construction of the village's planned Department of Public Works facility. The village is proposing to add approximately 62 acres of land to the TID 9 boundary for a total of just over 100 acres. It's projected that with this additional land, the TID will be eligible to close within 17 years rather than the full 20. The Plan Commission did hold a public hearing on the proposal at their November 14th meeting. The Plan Commission recommends approval of the amendment to the village board. We do have, again, representation from Ehlers this evening to provide you with additional information.
Great, thank you. Appreciate being able to participate tonight via WebEx. As was indicated by Emily, April 1st, 2022 is when the village board approved tax increment district number 9. At that point, the district was 38.15 acres, and we are looking to add 61.92 acres. One thing to note is that the property has to be contiguous, and so Stonecast, you'll hear about in a little bit, is looking to expand onto the amended area site, and that'll free up some additional lands for industrial development in the future. What we're asking of you tonight is really to amend the boundaries, to add the 61.92 acres. And one minor update is in the incentives. The village has been working with F Street on putting together a development agreement, which includes some incentives for their initial roughly $25 million building. So as a result of that, we're taking this opportunity to increase that incentive amount by $600,000. We've updated the cash flows, go through those in a little bit. And as Emily indicated, this district with Stonecast development should be able to close 3 years earlier. Next slide, please. Again, the boundaries, you can see the 3 parcels that are being added. The original parcel on the northeast corner of Donjas Bay and Wasaki Road. And then again, we're going to be wrapping around the DPW building, and on the west side is to the north is the existing Stonecast facility. Next slide, please. As you're aware, when TID 9 was created, we were able to dedicate some infrastructure costs that would have been borne through the tax levy for the TID 9 that'll share both TID 9 and the TPW building. That has not changed. We're still using TID number 9 as a vehicle to help pay for some of the debt service related to the infrastructure costs tied to the development of the DPW building. We are, again, I've already touched on this. We are expecting about $28.1 million of total value built out once this site is fully executed. Next slide, please. Here are the cash flows that we're always required to put into an amendment. And again, the line items don't change. The only change is item 6, development incentives. Again, I mentioned F Street and the initial agreement with F Street. We don't have a signed development agreement, but offer to purchase, which includes some of these preliminary incentives. So we're updating the cost numbers by just the 600,000 at this point. Next slide, please. Well, Stonecast has come forward with the expectation they're going to spend about $2.5 million over time on their expansion. Since it's primarily manufacturing, we tend to be very conservative and use somewhere between 35 and 40 cents per square foot on the actual construction cost for industrial, just to be conservative. So we're using here the 750,000 that would come from Stonecast expansion. Next slide, please. Here's the increment to be generated. A couple of things on this slide that I think are to be noted. One, as we have historically done in the village, try to be pretty conservative with the numbers. We're not showing any increase in the mill rate, and we're showing a very modest inflationary factor as part of this potential revenue. Next slide, please. We, as you're aware, issued the bonds, the takeout. This was a portion of that $44 or $42 million bond issue that was related to the costs for the DPW building infrastructure. So that's been incorporated into that issue. And we're allocating, again, part of the debt service to TID 9 and the rest of the debt service being allocated to the DPW building, which fell to the debt service levy that you just talked about. So I'll touch on that in a little more detail in a little bit. Next slide, please. The cash flow, again, very preliminary cash flow at this point, is been put together with an expectation that this district should be able to close out early. There's a lot of assumptions, as you are aware, as far as valuations and different development levels and timing. But we've built out the model as we know it, best information available at this time. The next slide, please. Process-wise, we ended up taking this to the Joint Review Board on November 14th, and Plan Commission last Monday as well. We had a unanimous approval to move forward from the Plan Commission public hearing. Initial comments from the Joint Review Board members, school, county, technical college, and village. We didn't hear anything negative coming from them, so I think generally we'll see support from them as well. Final action by the village board, hopefully tonight, and then the final joint review board pending tonight's action is scheduled for December 12th at 6 p.m. So two things real quick I wanted to add that are not on the slide. One, in regards to this debt issue, we were working with staff, Matthew, and he was still using our preliminary runs for the public hearing notice for the debt service levy. We sold the bonds on Thursday. That information, I believe, has gotten into your packets, but at the end of the day, there was a substantial amount of interest, and due to the credit quality of the village, and as a result of that, we ended up with 10 bids. Typically, we would see somewhere between 4 and 6 bids. The winning bid coming from Janney Montgomery Scott out of Philadelphia. It was a who's who. We had bids from New York, Chicago, Minneapolis, Philadelphia, Louisville. So a lot of bidders had set up. True interest rate was 3.8417%. And we were able to downsize the issue by a little over $2 million due to a large premium that was provided. And while, yes, I'll admit we were very conservative with our estimates, the total P&I, the total debt service on that issue will be about 7.1 million less than we had in our planning runs and presented to you. So that will have a positive impact, obviously, in your 23 budget and future budgets versus what we had provided previously. And then one last item, this is an amendment, boundary amendment. And we did, one of the requirements in the statutes is that we have to have the the village attorney provide a letter opinion that was received today and I think is available for you. So that it has been received, and that was the last remaining item needed for action tonight.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Phil.
Mr. President.
Board?
Mr. President.
Trustee Myers.
Phil, we're going to ask for 600,000 more on the incentive. Does that mean that F Street wants 1.6 million?
I will have to defer to village staff in regards to what's being talked about at this point.
The incentive changed slightly from what was in the original plan, but I believe from 1.5 to 1.6 million, based on the purchase agreement that was reviewed and approved by the village board earlier this summer. The main difference was the initial conversations, the initial discussions included an incentive for the first building. There were some smaller incentives for the second and third building that would take place when those were constructed. So it creates an incentive for the developer to get those buildings up more quickly, which allows the tax increment district to close more quickly.
Thank you, Steve. I make a motion, Mr. President, for 42-2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, so there's no additional improvements, just the 600,000 in incentives? Like public improvements, anything like that?
No, and actually the incentives, none of that is before the board tonight. It's just the change of the boundaries.
Oh, just the, okay.
Yeah,
yeah. But that was discussed, and that's why I was asking.
Right. And I believe that was at 1.5 million in the original plan, and it went to 1.6 million. That was, I could be wrong on that. I haven't gone back and looked at the original plan documents, but that was.
But no additional utility improvements, anything like that is needed to expand this boundary, and it's going to projected close 3 years earlier?
Yes, this was, this came up because after the original TID boundary was approved, we had been working with the owners and a real estate representative for Stonecast here in town, and they've been looking for some time for an opportunity to expand their business, and it's been kind of a difficult business to expand. They have a lot of outdoor storage. They're our trucks going in and out. We referred them to the parcel that's just to the west of the future DPW site. Was one that we had looked at as potentially a larger DPW site or a larger business park, and that didn't work out for us. They ended up contacting those owners. They purchased the property and they're planning their business expansion there. They'll be utilizing the infrastructure that we put in place for the public works facility. The road and the water and sewer, is just about to that property line. So there's no additional cost to the village to get service to that area. They're able to use it to expand their business, and by amending these boundaries, we'll be able to close the tax increment district out, estimated 3 years earlier than we had planned.
There was also a small piece of property that we had that was included in that?
That's correct. If you look, then it's 362999 is a triangle that that the village currently owns. The village board also at a previous meeting authorized the acceptance of an offer that Stonecast had made to purchase that property. It's not of much use or value. There's some steep grades there and some water, but it helps. It may help them as they're trying to fit in their operations on the other piece of property.
But also the sale of that property and the expansion of the TID helps to reduce the overall number of years it'd be out by 3. Further discussion, trustee Jan Miller.
Can you explain to me what the property 985 and 996001 is Stonecast planning on building, and do they own the properties?
Stonecast has purchased 361996001, and that's where they're planning to expand. The other property 361985 is currently owned by Waste Management. There are no plans there that I know of. It's simply included because under state law, the boundaries of the tax increment district have to be contiguous. We have to connect the dark shaded property 361991 to the other properties that are developing. And the only way to do that was to include 361985 as well.
So Waste Management owns it?
Yes.
985.
And are they going to build 985?
They have no plans at that point. It's again, it's a difficult to build site. There's a lot of grade, some wetlands. I think one of the main use of it right now is they allow the police department to use it as a shooting range.
It's behind the Omega Hills.
Right. Right. Are there any wetlands, maybe Emily, on this, where the triangle is and that strip? No, I'm talking about the.
Yes, I believe there are wetlands in that triangular piece at least.
For sure. And then how are they going to access the property if they don't have the one off of Wasaki? How are they going to access?
As part of the DPW project and a big part of what the TID is paying for is the construction of a new road off of Donjas Bay that will provide access to the DPW facility and can also provide access further to the west there to the Stonecast development.
Right. If you look at the screen, where the pointer is where the
Yep.
road roughly will start to come in. It'll come down kind of on an angle, kind of a rounded angle, and then end in here. And then that will be their access point at that point.
So they're using our road?
Correct.
It is a public road, yeah.
And what kind of trucks do they have? Are we talking semis
Mm-hmm.
with the stone
The concrete panels.
concrete panels?
Storage. I don't know if they're going to build a structure. They may build an open air structure to kind of store some things under, but it'll be mostly storage of panels so that they can cure.
Do we have a contract with them, or do we have an agreement with them?
We do not have an agreement with them. I believe did they submit plans for plan review?
Yes, they have.
Has to come before Plan Commission. Further discussion?
But it hasn't been presented at the Plan Commission yet,
No,
nor approved.
I don't think they're looking to build any structures of like office building or anything as part of their business. It's more strictly of a storage facility. So they may have, I don't even think they need a fence around it, but that's up to them. We haven't seen anything, so I don't know what their plans are yet. But in some cases, from what I've seen in their facility already, they do have kind of covered structures that are open on all sides that they may store either materials or equipment in to help move or secure panels as they put them on the trucks. Trustee Peeper.
Can you guys remind me what we did with that village-owned tiny triangle wetland property
You sold it
to,
to
so
Stonecast.
now we're including it in the TID?
Yes, I think their intent is to consolidate that all into one parcel, if I understood correctly.
Further discussion, trustee Jan Miller.
And I just want to verify the only difference on tax incremental district number 9 is number 6. And it increased, did it increase $100,000 or $600,000?
This is Phil. I think the par amount, meaning the amount to be borrowed, was 100,000. But if it's what's called a municipal revenue obligation, they will include interest on that, and it can, increase in the amount to be actually paid. But Steve's right. The actual amount is going from 1.5 to 1.6.
1.5, did you say?
1.5 to
1.5 to 1.6.
Right, okay.
The other change is the boundary itself. And we're not talking about the increment, we're merely, the resolution is to amend the project plan boundaries of tax incremental district number 9. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, raise your hands. Motion carries. Next item under new business is item E, request for stop sign on Concord and Nigbur intersection. Was this brought up through public safety?
This was brought up a couple of times. It came back for public safety because there was a negative.
Public Works.
Public Works.
Oh, Public Works, okay,
Yeah, works.
Works.
okay. Information?
This was.
For the people that are watching and in our audience.
This was an item that was requested to be added by a group of trustees. There has been a request for a stop sign at Concord and Nigbur. I think the Public Works Director and the Highways Building and Ground Superintendent are here if there's questions of village staff.
Okay. And it went through Public Works, and what came out of Public Works?
Okay, if I speak to that?
Yes, absolutely.
So there was 2 times that it came through Public Works. One was back in February or March of this year. Larry, am I still in your thunder? And at that point, we had put up some monitoring equipment on that corner. The village did. And I believe it was a speed sign or one that could detect the speeds and do that. However, there was no flashing or anything like that. And the speeds were within tolerance, I'm going to say, within 25 to 27 miles per hour on an average on that. Taddy was the one that was kind of overseeing this whole thing. That's a firm that does the traffic studies. And at that point, they recommended not to put a 4-way or it's a 3-way stop actually, but put a stop there. Isn't it a 3-way or is it a 4-way?
We wanted a 4-way if we could.
Okay. So that was the recommendation. However, going back through the Public Works Board, I'm doing this mainly by memory, but I do have some notes here on the minutes. So this came back and it was decided to really look at it again all summer. For lack of a better term, look at it all summer and do another study. After that study, this is right from the minutes of the meeting. You see, Taddy was again, looked at all the information after hearing and discussing the survey results and the traffic engineer's recommendations. The Public Works and Highway Committee directed staff to collect additional, sorry, that was the first part of it. The additional data had been accumulated and reviewed by Taddy and John Campbell from Taddy, and stated that they conducted another speed study on Concord, thinking drivers would be driving faster in summer. Average speeds in February were between 25 and 27. And in all of June, average speeds were 26 miles per hour. In some time frames, they were lower than February. No evidence to make any change of our recommendation in February. The motion then went through, and let me see here. Okay, it does say unanimous to vote no, but it was 3-1. Okay. So anyway, it's gone through 2 studies. The recommendation from Taddy is that it's not necessary to have a stop there. And that's really how the Public Works and Highways Commission voted at that time.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pieper.
Just being on public safety, we did have Chief Snow pull data if there were any accidents or excessive speeding tickets or anything. And there was that one accident with the school bus, and that is all he found at that intersection.
There was one other accident the year prior at that intersection, but there were no injuries.
Yeah, and both accidents, no injuries.
Correct.
I don't recall that other accident. He could have mentioned that, but that meeting was quite.
This has been a process for 3 years now. It started in 2019. I do have some new information that if I could bring it up, I would like to, but I know I've got 2 others that would like to address you as well. Seeing as how you just spoke, Trustee Pieper, you had said that the last meeting that we had was about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, that the petition we put out was outdated. Many people had moved, that we had not the numbers that we thought we did. Since then, we did another petition. It went through not to include just speed, but erratic driving and safety. I have numbers from not just the same where the last petition had husband and wife from same household. Now there's only 1 person per household, and I have 76 unique different addresses, which is at least 20 more than the last petition. You had also stated that over the summertime, you would gladly come out and sit with me and do some radar to see what was going on. I waited patiently and I saw nothing from you, but I don't know how to contact you directly to see how we could have done that as well. So I apologize that we were not able to ever do that.
My name or my number and my email is on the village website.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for future reference. So this petition was submitted into the Public Works. I don't know if copies were made around available to you all as well. But my main concern is they said 27 miles an hour. I believe when I heard it, he was saying that there was a 30 to 35 mile an hour average that he was also referencing. Do you remember that at all?
It was a spike. You'd have a spike. 1 car through the whole thing would whole testing time would be at 35. It wasn't a continuous average.
Okay.
It was a spike of 1 car here. And
can you tell me what the max speed that they found though, that they had at least 1 car do down that road? Do you
I
remember
didn't bring that information with me, but it might have been, I think 1 spike was, I want to say in the high 30s, I think it was.
72 miles an hour. They clocked somebody on that and it's on record, 72 miles an hour down that road. It's a long stretch. You can easily hit 72. It's a perfectly paved road. People use that as a main thoroughfare from Pilgrim to Donjas Bay. They do not care. Now,
To division.
through division, correct. My bad. I'm sorry. There are a lot of kids on that road. And the last thing I would like to see is even at 25, 32, whatever, with the large culverts, no areas to have sidewalks, or if people are having parties and you have to have cars on both sides of the road, there's no area of deviation. I'm trying to just make it a little bit safer for our kids. And that's what I'm trying to bring back. If I have to yield any time, I've got 2 other people I would love to speak to it as well, who have kids and who are runners, walkers as well. If you don't mind, if you have any questions for me, I'll gladly answer them. Otherwise, I'd like to let them have a moment as well.
Anybody have any questions for this gentleman?
The only thing I can add is for half of this, trustee Dennis Myers did walk with me to talk to these residents as well to figure out if this was something that they felt strongly about. Now, 2 people have already left tonight due to the time. I apologize that they cannot be here to speak. People do have families as well, and the hour is late. If money is a concern, I know we've been talking about budget a lot tonight, I will gladly pay for the stop signs if it's a safety concern. I have no doubt about that. If it's not part of the bylaws, that's fine. But my other 2 gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind stating your piece, I would love to hear it. And if you guys would mind, I would love
Sure.
to hear it.
Adam Stalker, N98W17030. Yeah, I live right next to Jeremy, and I have a 2-year-old, and we probably spent half the summer out in the front yard chasing him around. And just that average, that higher average speed only gives me like maybe, a second to get to him before something, pretty tragic could happen. So, yeah, we were just looking for a little bit of, peace of mind. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mike Stolte, N98W17100, Concord Road. Like Mr. Walker said, I live next to Mr. Walker. I have 3 small children constantly outside riding their bikes. We're fortunate we have a longer driveway, but they've got scooters, they've got bicycles, rollerblades, skateboards, the whole 9 yards. They're ripping up and down all the time. They're old enough that we let them go down and around the back corner to the cul-de-sac. I was fortunate enough to be able to work from home for quite a while over the last several years, and I can tell you that cars do travel very, very quickly on that section of street. Despite what the traffic study says where it's 26, 27 miles an hour. I struggle to believe that, knowing how fast I've seen these cars travel. And there's a bit of a background, I've got 15 years of law enforcement experience. So me saying, I would hope that would carry some weight, and it's not just the residents saying, yeah, they're going more than 27 miles an hour. I think we can all make a pretty good judge of speed and know the difference between cars going 40 miles an hour and 25 miles an hour. So I would ask that you thoughtfully consider this and take into consideration that 76 houses along that street and that neighborhood have signed a petition saying we support this. Certainly it might inconvenience somebody for the 30 seconds that it has to take them to stop, but that minor inconvenience is much better than dealing with the tragedy of somebody being hit. So, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is that a bus stop?
Yes, it is a bus stop.
On which corner?
The sign with the stop sign right now.
South, east, west, north, east,
It would
west?
be the northeast. It's right in front of your house, right?
Southwest corner? Southeast corner. Okay. All right, thank you. Larry? Anything to add?
From the engineering standpoint, the recommendation from John Campbell, the traffic engineer from Taddy, that firm does a lot of traffic studies. The recommendation from them, and it follows when I was at the APWA seminar, listening to a traffic control engineer there, they just feel that they don't recommend, the DOT does not recommend using stop signs to slow traffic down. And the engineers practice that. And one thing they found out it gives is a false sense of security that everybody's going to abide by that stop sign. So everybody is out in the street, they say, taking everybody at their word, they're all going to stop at that stop sign. And history proves that is a false sense of security, that people will be out in the street and now someone's going to run the stop sign. And that's what they base their judgment on, to not install that intersection as a 4-way stop.
Trustee Myers, before you speak, I'm going to recommend to you that if you've left your seat from the dais, it means in part of Robert's rules that you have advocated your seat as a trustee, and you will not be able to vote on this if you're going to speak at that podium.
I'm not aware of that aspect, to be perfectly honest with you.
Village Attorney?
It's not really a Robert's Rules issue. It's more of a ethics code issue, in the sense that if you are speaking on something that you are then going to make a decision on, your role isn't in this position. Your role to make those discussions is as a trustee representing your thoughts and positions at that point. On something like this, it is admittedly a minor and probably insignificant result, but on something that was more important, a large development or something like that, the impact would be significantly greater.
Do as you may, Trustee Myers.
Well, I can go back as a trustee and make my comments there.
You can?
Which I shall do.
You can. Thank you. Thank you. And your participation has been noted by the resident, and I think in a thankful manner and appreciation. Board?
I'd like to make a motion to put a stop sign at Concord and four-way stop sign at Concord and Neighbor Drive.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. I'll start with Trustee Myers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
As you heard before, there's been two studies in regard to this. One was in the wintertime in March, and the other time in regard to this. And both also said the same, showed basically speaking the same results. The one thing that people may not understand if they haven't seen it is the road is only 24 feet wide, and there is no shoulders, none at all. There's deep ditches on each side. The speed limit is 25 miles an hour. When they actually did the study, I'm speaking of the first time in March, there was 530 cars that went through. And there was about 13-hour stretch that they had in regard to it. In the study, the peak times were between 7:30 and 8:30 and 2:30 and 3:30 in the afternoon. The speeds, basically speaking, over the speed violations per se, were somewhat different that they had from before. So what I mean by that is they actually had 100. There's eastbound, which basically speaking is the shorter stretch before these signs actually came up. When we actually went around with a petition, a lot of people had said they knew that something was there, and they actually slowed down as far as their speed goes. But at the same time, on the eastbound, there was, according to that study, there was 137 cars that actually went past the speed limit of 25 miles an hour. And on westbound, there was 626 cars that went through. And when you look at the difference between that, it had a high on the eastbound of 39 miles an hour, and the westbound, they had a high of 43. And some drivers, because of the situation, looking at the thing, because it didn't show any signs as far as what the speed was, as I said before, actually went slower. And in fact, the difference between them, there were some cars, according to this study, that went through at 13 miles an hour. When you take these different cars and you put them through at different times, and you're looking at an average, if you have a car that's going 28 miles an hour, and you have another one that's going 15 miles an hour, it's going to change that average. So you have to look at that in regard to that, because it does make a difference in regard to that aspect. The results of the crashes that they had talked about in the actual study was, basically speaking, they said that the only way a stop sign would be required is if there was 5 accidents within a 24 or 1 hour or one-year period per se. And as was stated from before, there was only 2 accidents during that period of time as such. In the process of going through the petition, which I went through with Jeremy as such, I didn't say anything to the people. Basically speaking, what I was doing was taking and writing down their telephone numbers in regard to wherever the particular property was. There was a lot of comments that said, we don't understand why the trustees don't want to put a stop sign there. We just wanted to try to keep some safety in the process of it. The other thing I was doing was I was keeping track of how many children there are in that particular area. You heard from before in regard to how many residents went through. There's a total of 86 children in there per se. That's a lot of kids. And if parents want to be able to take their children to learn how to ride a bicycle, want to take a walk in the wagon or something in regard to that, that road is not that very wide in the process of it. In regard to the situation dealing with the village of Germantown, we already have certain areas that fall under the same criteria that shouldn't have stop signs there, but they are there, and they've been there over the years. In fact, Public Safety just had one where a resident came through and asked for some kind of warning sign because it was on Hawthorne, if you remember Public Safety people per se. And in the process of it, that street is not even a half a block long. So when people come off of Western and they're going westbound on Hawthorne, there's a stop sign, and they don't see this. There never should have been one according to what we're talking about. But we do have stop signs that fall into this category already in Germantown that's been approved by the village board over the years. Same criteria that was there from before. It did not change. Maybe they should have been there, but the village trustees themselves voted for it as such. Other factors that I want to talk about is in regard to the guide manual that talks about the manual for uniform traffic control devices. That's under section 2B-05. 8 words. That's all it talks about. It doesn't talk about that if you put a stop sign there, that you can or cannot. Basically speaking, it says stop signs should not be used for speeding. That's all it says in that whole book. The other situation was I spent time in there in May and June. There's a lot of times in there when people had graduations as such, anniversaries, birthdays, and I asked in regard to these, so I know this. And because there's parking on the street, people can park on either side. If it's 24 feet, as I talked about from before earlier, and the car is 7 feet wide, and you have one on each side, and it's quite obvious, if you don't have any shoulders, when a family comes in there and a woman wants to get out in high heel shoes, she's not going to be walking down in a ditch because her husband isn't that stupid to be able to put him in that situation. That means the car is going to be further into the middle of the street on both sides. I didn't view this at that period of time to actually see that. And I'm just telling you, you got side mirrors, they're even out further. I'm just using 7 feet as an example. It's not safe. It's not good. And for people to be able to take their children out in either one of these situations, and rather have them walk up to the first street, which is Nida or whatever, then walk down that street because there isn't that much traffic. That doesn't make any sense. That's not fair to those people. And basically speaking, we can have cars that legally can be parked on each side of the street. One of the things that happened that I mentioned from before is that let me see here before I make another code here. Basically, I talked to the captain today for the police department. Chief wasn't in today. I believe he was on a day of vacation per se. And I asked in regard to tickets. And basically speaking, he said that If people are going over 25 miles an hour, they're not obeying to the law. We don't give tickets out under those situations. We would take in consideration what kind of street it is, the time of day, and things on this particular nature. But in the process of that, we wouldn't see that on that situation. One moment, Mr. President.
Sure. You have the floor.
That was the other thing, last thing in regard to this, second last thing would be, a lot of times when people were given this petition to sign or not sign, there was only 3 people living in the whole area that did not sign that petition. One of them had lived there a little under a year. The other 2 just were against it in general, per se. A lot of people in the process of it were actually mad in regard to this. Why is this? Why are we doing this all over again? This is ridiculous. And a lot of times, again, they heard the statement in regard to why don't these trustees put this silly little sign up? And then when Jeremy told them that I was a trustee, well, then they made me feel them comfortable in regard to it. But as such, it just, I've always been in regard to public safety. I do represent these people as far as voting, them voting for me or not. But public safety has always been a big thing in regard to my particular life. When we have talked to them before in regard where we had people should speak, maybe they didn't show up here tonight. They did take the time to sign that piece of paper. The name is on there as such. All I would like to see is the consideration of being able to put that sign up there and let those families have a safe time in their lives with their children. I guess the last thing I would say for those who really think they want to vote no in regard to this again, I guess my question would be, if a child or somebody lost their life on that street, would you vote no again? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Trustee Myers. Trustee Hudson. Do we have a motion? No, okay.
Yeah, we do. I made a motion.
That's right. Okay. I should have asked Dan.
Yes. I apologize. So the first thing I need to do is apologize to trustee Rick Miller. I may or may not have voted to put the sign. Okay, so it was 3, thank you. So I honestly can't remember. So to me, right, this is an easy one. We have traffic studies and we have numbers and we have a lack of tragedies at the corner. I can't refute any of that. But on the other hand, I have a bunch of citizens who want to do something in their neighborhood. And I am not going to be the kind of a trustee that says, you can't do this in your neighborhood. These citizens have done everything that we have asked them to do. They have gotten new petitions and this is what they want. And we would be foolish to vote against their desires. Thank you.
Further discussion? Trustee Nyrider.
I was one of the trustees on Public Works that voted to go along with the study by Taddy, was it?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I still, while I share the concern that all of you have, and I know there are a lot of young children in there, et cetera, I'm still not convinced that a stop sign is going to be the answer. And nobody here has said anything tonight that has really said that the stop sign is going to be the answer. It may be a false hope. Or parents may think, well, we got 4-way stop out there now, so I can leave my kids go. And that's what worries me a little bit. We asked the experts to give us their opinion, and maybe they need to do a more complete study than what they did. And I know Dennis read off here the amount of time and whatever that they spent. So maybe there, you know, I personally would like to see it go back to Public Works. And again, if we have to bring Taddy out here, bring him out here. Share again the concern, although they've seen the petition, they know the concern is there. I know I know you're saying the road is only 24 feet wide, and if cars are parked on both sides, well, stop sign's not going to eliminate anything from that. So I'm just a little bit concerned. Is the stop sign the answer, or is there something else that would be an answer in there, so that we're not giving something false hope? That's my only opinion, Mr. President.
Trustee Hudson.
I live at the corner of Windsong and Raintree, and I have a four-way stop sign at my intersection.
Oh, go ahead.
Windsong and Raintree.
Right, I'm picturing it in my mind. Go ahead.
And I work at home, so unfortunately, I don't go anywhere anymore. Except to come here. And I will tell you that four-way stop signs make that intersection safer than it would be, because people do stop when they think no one is watching. I see it every single day. And at the very least, they will slow down. I don't see that at uncontrolled intersections. This stop sign will make this intersection safer.
Further discussion. Trustee Jan Miller.
I agree with Trustee Hudson. We always ask our residents to tell us what they want, show up, and here they are. And I think they're, what was it, 76 signatures strong. And for us to deny this, I think the cost is minimal. I would rather pay for a stop sign than pay for a funeral.
Further discussion. Trustee Pieper.
I don't live on such a long stretch. I live in, it's kind of pretty much a circle, and I have the same problem. I have 5 kids, and there are constantly cars screaming by, and I live 3 houses down from a stop sign, and it doesn't even slow them down. I have one of those little green guys with the flags, and I'd put that at the end of the driveway. Didn't make any difference. I took the green guy and put it in the middle of the street, like, because then they're gonna have to like go around it. Didn't make any difference. I screamed at teenagers flying by, literally, slow down. Didn't make any difference. So I do think that putting a stop sign there is not it, because Concord has such a long stretch, and there's no street that you can put it like right in the middle to slow people down, and it's so close to Division Road. I don't think you guys are going to get the result you're looking for. I am willing to give this to you, absolutely. What the residents want, I think you should have. 100% I support you guys, but I don't think this is going to slow the people down. I don't know if there should be some speed bumps halfway through. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but you know, good luck to you. I hope it does. But hey, you got your stop sign and that's what you want. You guys did a lot of work. You guys have put a lot of effort. It is 11:08 on a Monday night and you guys are still sitting here. Means you want the stop sign. You get the stop sign.
So they have your vote.
Yeah, we got to vote, but
Okay. Thank you.
I already know which way it's going to go.
Further discussion. Trustee Myers.
The one thing I wanted to say is the particular study that they did was for 3 days. That's it. 3 days. It's in the report.
Oh,
I'm talking about the one in March.
He's just referencing one of the studies.
What they talked about.
Sure, if he's, Trustee Myers has researched that it probably has the dates of when the study is on. It could have been
13-hour traffic count from 6 to 7, as I said before, and then the peak hour from 2:30 to 3:30. And basically speaking, the actual thing was done, like I say, those 3 days. I have to see if I can find it here without taking a lot of time, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. It says here from February 1st
Again?
through Thursday, February 3rd, was when they actually did the study. And then it was from eastbound, and then we're talking about the same thing, and then as westbound during that same period of time. And that's where they came up with all those amount of cars that actually went through during those periods of time. The other thing was, as far as the stop signs go, to answer a question that was out there, I think the people don't realize from some of the ones that I've heard that it's not maybe the total answer, but it's a step in the right direction in regard to this. And that's why they signed it. I did ask the police chief to do a study in regard to people going by stop signs, and look at the year for 2021. I not heard back from him in regard to that, so I'm assuming that there were none that actually got a ticket for going past a stop sign. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Trustee Pieper.
I don't know why you're torturing me tonight. Motion to call the question.
Second.
Anything?
No discussion. We have to vote on it now.
You have to vote
Yeah,
on the
motion to call the question. I understand that.
All those in favor of calling a question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
You are something else tonight. Holy cow.
All those in favor of the stop sign, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes. I applaud your tenacity. I applaud your willingness to go out and get signatures, but you've heard the facts that a stop sign does not control traffic. Based on the hours of Trustee Myers' research, either you've got people within or around your neighborhood using that path in the morning, or it has a lot of people dropping kids off at County Line. I mean, that's really the hours that it's showing that traffic availability of. So if you're already watching your kids, I don't think you'll stop watching your kids. It doesn't guarantee anything, but based on how many times you've come here before and asked for it, and your willingness to come again and rally the troops within your neighborhood, I applaud that and appreciate that. So anything else we can do for you, please let us know. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you for staying with us. We always appreciate the company. All right, next item under new business is item F, Administrator Performance Review Process and Criteria. The village board may enter into closed session per Wisconsin statutes 19.85 subsection 1 subparagraph C for considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and then may reconvene into open session to take such action as it deems appropriate.
Motion to go into closed session for new business item F.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Trustee Nyrider.
No, we're not. Nope, we're not talking about evaluation of an individual at all. It says process and criteria. It doesn't say evaluation of.
Says performance review process and criteria.
Board, do you guys want to? Tabling it?
Well, everybody vote in to go into closed session or not, and if it fails, you don't go, right? But do you have to take up the item? That's true.
Is there something panicky there?
Okay.
Then I withdraw my motion to go into closed session.
would it be then to
And-
postpone it for 2 weeks?
Yes, and now my new motion is to table this for till next village
Phone
board.
or table?
Table, right? Table.
And who, we have a second on that? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Our next regular village board meeting will be on Monday, December 5th at 7 PM here at the Village Hall Boardroom. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for watching. Any announcements? Have a good night. We are adjourned.